I'll leave him to it. We do see a new face joining us. Why are you over there? Why are you hiding from him?
Nice jacket as well.
Thanks, guys.
We've got the crew either end.
begin with, unsurprisingly. Ramp control taken here by Faze, fast and aggressive. Jax is in a lot of danger and he gets caught out. Rain and Brokey are gonna get 2 kills between them.
Oh.
That's the smoke making the door open inwards.
Oh, G2, they're going to try and make in this round back into control. It's going to be Nexa finding first blood for the CT side. Bomb is ticking. Faze get aggressive and not to their advantage. Hunter, 3 kills on the retake. They just deliver themselves to him. And now Nico, he has got to deliver us from evil. A 1-on-3 on this B site.
Hey, Hunter, it's your cousin Nico. And they're not going bowling today, actually. G2 are going to lock in that pistol round. And they'll go 1-0 up to kickstart this.
I can't wait to see Hunter's kills from his perspective. I mean, Faze, I like the idea to get aggressive in the advantage and you know, catch G2 in secret, but Hunter hit some absolutely ridiculous shots. Nico's sitting there going, guys, why did you push? As his entire team get off it up. 1-0 lead for G2. They take the start on the CT side. But Faze's bomb plant at least gives them a bit of money, and Faze go in with the Deags. You see a lot of teams forcing up. Faze, they've got some great individual players, so having Deagles in their hands is still very, very dangerous. G2 can't afford to be kept sleeping at the wheel. I mean, looking at the names behind these Deags, Rain, Cold, Nico, those are scary names.
That is the case usually. Here we have it. A little bit of a lull in the action.
Well,
it looks like it's going to be taking that action over here towards ramp room. Nico and company need to brute force their way through. Jack's waiting just on the other side with the SMG. We could be watching Blender. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Brokey. Deagle kill there on a Jax, and that's going to jumpstart the slower take.
Yeah, great flash, pushes Kenny back as well. That gives Faze the room to get down towards B, but look who's here.
Yeah, Hunter arriving fast, and the Hunter becomes the hunted. Olaf gonna deag him down. Bomb now planted for Faze. They went into this round with only Deagles, and they might come out of it with a round win. Still next to MAhvMh and Kenny left standing. Will they fare any better than Hunter and Jax did as they run into the moors of the Deagles? Brokey's is doing damage, but the tag comes in. Olaf trying to turn this around, helped out by his old mate coldzera. And now it's just Nexa alone in what was a 1v3. Does manage to deal with the first, but he's already backing out. The time is so low. And Faze have had a decent amount of time to get set up in these post plants. So Nexa's just going to try and hold on to his M4. Faze, they get their first round on the board right away here. They don't even full buy into this round. This was just Deags with a bomb plant in the pistol. They have got so much money. They could buy anything, man. They could double AWP if they wanted to. Now, they don't want to, but they could. And that's just wild to see this be the situation for Faze right now. If they're smart about investing, you know, with 2 weapons saved, a bunch of Deags as well, you can invest into this and leave yourself with some money. So even if you lose this round to the force buy from G2 somehow, you still come into this next one with a very decent buy on the Faze side.
A perfect position to be in at the start of your map pick, Faze, throwing the yard smoke, not having players, well, not having too many players cross behind it, rather. Only 2. It's a fast mini split towards that A site, but Nexa, he hears the footsteps and he's ready for the fight. Trade is there for Cold. Now, the man on top of the hut, he's gone as well. Big entries from coldzera. Faze, will they capitalize? MAhvMh stuck at the back of the site with only a UMP. This should be a free kill, and Nico takes it. Faze looking to double down with their second.
Yeah, they might have just done this one as Kenny and Jax have to retreat out from the A site. They're looking to get their little hands on some weapons if they can. Something tells me that Faze won't be too keen on just handing those over. And so it might just be 4 players staying alive here for Faze. This good run continues early on. They're set off to get off to a 3-1 start before that first buy comes in now for G2. And even then, could come with its limitations. You will note that Kenny didn't really invest too heavily in this round. He's kept some extra cash in that bank account to try and bring the AWP out. And hell, if he can deliver some performances like he did just the other day, that'd be pretty huge for the G2 squad. Ooh, nice bit of retrieval here at the end. He manages to get out of it with a UMP and the defuse kit.
Now, I would say give that UMP to Jax. Jax give his D to someone else.
To Nexa for a trade, you know, like, because you've got to barter in these situations.
Exactly.
Currency is no longer. And they've got to just, now they're just going to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, who really cares, right? Like, this round doesn't matter, but, you know, having an armorless UMP is not going to be as effective as having an armorless Deagle and then an armored UMP. But, you know, whatever. Potato, tomato. As G2 have to deal with another fast play from Faze in the yard. Kenny spots him, trying to get the wall bangs off. Faze moved their way towards Secret. And, I mean, we're going to see a lot of this on the T side. Faze just having full dominion over this yard position. And G2, obviously on pistols, are going to give it up. But I want to see how much stake they're going to put in taking this outside control when they have guns. Because right now, they're stacked up towards Secret, expecting Faze to come down lower. But that's the opposite of what Faze are doing. They're moving towards Hell. Cole's holding for this position. He will get the info ahead of time. Good off angle. They're not going to be ready for this. And he guarantees himself a couple of kills.
Has one. And that's all. Brokey comes in to deal with Jax. And this round should get mopped up now nice and cleanly by Faze. Rains up in heaven. That should really seal the fate of this A bomb site. Heaven Plant will come in now. And with him up here, even if they manage to somehow get a couple of kills, it's not happening for G2. They're being very, very careful about this. They don't want to risk losing any more than they have to. They're even faking the bomb plant in a 4-on-2. And so Kenny, what can he manage here? There is a man holding for this ramp progression, and Olof is going to find it nice and cleanly. 4 players staying alive for Faze. There's that 3-1 lead that we talked about. Kenny had his abacus out very, very clearly. He calculated that down to a T. He's got enough for AWP armor. Obviously doesn't invest in the head armor. He's up against the AK, so that allows him to bring out a smoke with it as well. Rifles across the board for G2.
Yeah, Kenny S, always an exciting player to watch with this AWP. Perhaps you're joining us from another game, or perhaps this is your first time watching this. And, well, perhaps you should also know, Kenny S, a legend. Multiple legends in the server, but this guy with AWP is deadly. Speaking of which, he finds the kill in range, starting the round off. He's not going to be alone. He stays alive. Now down to a 3v2. Brokey and Olof need to go for the spawn plant. Olof can't secure the kill just outside of the hut. Just Brokey. Find himself in the upper site. Bomb down on the ground. He's going to backtrack, perhaps catching someone trying to flank him and shoot him in the back. That's just not the case. Jax and Kenny in upper. They have sort of crossfire set up around this bomb.
Yeah, this is a hard one to win for Brokey. Like you said, you know, G2 playing together on the site, that enables trades, and that's going to make this the hardest for Brokey. Usually you'd have one player in the heaven, but they've got the bomb down, so they can afford to commit as Brokey tries to walk through this hut smoke. It will fade at his feet. An opportunity dependent on timing. Jax is now watching the heaven. He knows Brokey could be anywhere by now, and that's the intention of Brokey slowing down this round. Now he's got to speed it up. I mean, he doesn't really. 45 seconds, keep lurking until you get a kill. But right now he's walking into the AWP, and Kenny will not miss. Second kill of the round, and G2 get 2 on the board. But that said, I mean, we look at Faze's early rounds on early damage. They are full of money. They win the second round off of Deagles and an Eco. So, of course, they can continue to buy up despite a round taken from the Frenchman. No warp on this T side. No bother. Don't think we're going to see another fast door play from Faze for a bit because that got absolutely shredded by G2. Back to the yard, it seems. Or at least grenades there. No one following them.
Baiting out all this utility. Olof going to try and get out, and here come the flashbangs. Olof somehow with the double. Oh, he's going to look for the third, but Rain's there to take it from him. Big entries found by Olof there as he's flashed in towards the A-bomb site, somehow able to double down. Jackson Kenny left in the hot seat, 2 versus 3. Are they going to give this one a go?
That's a great idea from Faze, rather. They send Olof out and they start spamming the hut. They start throwing flashbangs, but only one man commits. If Olof dies, they can bail and try and win a 4-on-5. If he gets kills, well, commit. And Faze do exactly that. 2 entries from Olof, another retake from G2 with a man down, kitting Kenny, but they don't want to lose this AWP.
Yeah, they need this AWP. It's going to be pivotal to their defense over here on the CT side. Does look like they want to press the situation, though, and that brings Kenny S a kill into Cold Zera. Olof might start playing from underneath heaven. He's going to spam Kenny into oblivion. He's just going to get the hell out of dodge with 37 HP. There was no way that was going to go back the other way of G2. So we're going to see a 4th on the board for Faze Clan. And we will continue.
Yeah, you absolutely love this decision, right, to come from Faze. Olof, no clue how he gets that second kill onto Nexa. But he manages to deliver so much. Even the wall spam, on, or rather the wall bang onto Kenny, right, tags him down. It just guarantees that round for Faze. 4-2 up right now. This round going to be lining up these outside smokes. They go in early. It's the full set to get them across behind red undetected and then cross down to secret. MAhvMh doesn't have any information as to whether or not they've crossed outside, but they know those smokes are in and they expect Faze are going to try and use them. That nade finds some good damage onto Kenny. Looked like it was going to do a fair amount more, honestly. But now with Kenny's AWP here, secret control handled by G2, at least for the time being. This isn't where Faze are really geared towards, though. They're going to try and split into this ramp room. Jack's now backing off. Plant might become clear to G2. They've rotated a third man down to B. Oh, but this isn't a B commitment. They've actually moved Nico out from secret and are now trying to grab hell control. You've got to get past MAhvMh's Deagle, though. Jax has found one in the meantime. He's doing what they can to keep this even, and they do manage to get it back into a 3-on-3. Olof has this dirty little position, and are they going to be ready for it? He spots the barrel, there's the lineup, and Olof gets himself a double. Just Kenny left now 1v3 with this AWP, likely going to look to try and hold on to it. Olof would not like that, though.
Yeah, so far G2 don't really have such a strong answer here to this T side of Faze. Olof falls, he got himself a really good position there. Got himself 2. So definitely worth it. 1-on-2, Kenny S versus Nico and coldzera in the year 2020. My God, what a ride it's been.
Crucial kill from Cold as well, right? He gets the bomb back in hell. Of course, Olof really wins the round for Faze, but it would have been lost in a 4-on-3 anyway if the bomb was held by Jax and he follows up with a second frag in hell. So, ooh, bit of a leg for Kenny. That might make Cold go down to the bomb, but he's running for the hills. Five rounds for Faze on this T side. The last 4 times we've seen Faze play this map, they have in each of them gotten 10. Sorry, on the T side they've gotten 10 rounds, 9 rounds, 8 rounds, and 7 rounds in the last 4 games. And the 7-round one was after they got 9 rounds on the CT side, so they only needed 7 to close. Whoa. That just shows how good Faze's T side is on this map. So this is not a surprising start. G2 are getting bullied a little bit, but they're coming back in with money. They got guns, and they got the AWP on Kenny.
Yeah, these deep outside smokes going to go in this round, actually. It's a bit of a variation on this. They go ahead and smoke off the credit card of bottom hell, and that's pretty cool. Allows them to push on up here, start to pressure this hell area on the map. You can see Kenny's getting a bit claustrophobic, although I say that he's giving himself more room. Wow. And Hunter doubling up down towards ramp has actually left all of this onto coldzera. 1v5, not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination, and you cannot imagine G2 are going to give him many opportunities in this one. Kenny is on a bit of an island right now, but he makes that decision to go falling back to ramp, rejoins the rest of his squad. They've got the bomb, they've got ramp room. It's under lock and key. And Cold, if he tries to sneak peek this angle, these are not the shots that Kenny misses.
Absolutely not. And good on Kenny to back up, too. He realized he was pretty exposed there in the hell area, so he backs off to ramp. 40 seconds left on the clock. coldzera just hoping and praying they feed him some kills.
And great patience from G2 not to do exactly that. Boosting up on the ramp. Unorthodox, but will hold the line if Cole were to come into the site. But he will not. Just going to be a save. 20 seconds on the clock as he moves towards CT spawn. Keeping the Krieg for a rainy day. We've got money to buy round for Faze, but if he were to die, he would be a little bit on the edge. So safer to hold on to this weapon. More valuable than the loss bonus that he would get. The third round for G2, and clean as can be as well. Not even a kill coming through for Faze in that round. And G2 loving it. They're going to make all the money, start to build up this bank account on the CT side, and get back into pole position. wonder if we see Olof take the AWP here. He would have to Kevlar it with no helmet, so he'll go with the AK safely instead. I feel like FaZe aren't going to be in a rush to try and get this AWP, especially not trying to take on Kenny in head-to-head back.
More pressure to the ramp side. I feel like that FaZe Clan probably realized they had some success there versus Jax in the last round. Gave him quite a bit of room to work with. Some nades going towards outside as well. To be specific, wall smoke. We're going to see a Molotov pop there towards Secret so that no one can peek and identify that there are no T players FaZe outside. And they're back in lobby.
Yeah, can we quickly see what Nex is looking at right now? Number 3. I think he went through these smokes just a moment ago and spotted that there was no one over the wards outside. So G2, I think they get that bit of information. Jax is holding close at ramp, and they are not ready for that. Jax mows them down. Kenny tries to hang around in the Molotov for a kill, and maybe wishes he didn't there. Doesn't matter because the round gets locked in anyway, and you would expect it to go that way with Jax with that kind of a mow down. AWP reinvestment has to come in for Kenny S, which is far from less than ideal, but yeah, this was nuts.
So where he's playing right there, right? So the flashbang comes in, lands just past his feet. It goes just past where it can actually do some damage to him in terms of him being blind. And right then and there was the actual fatal flaw that FaZe Clan sort of found themselves funneling into.
Usually that position's good for a kill, maybe 2. You're gonna, you see Jax is there, you peek it hard, you trade it. But FaZe, they just walk into the bullet storm. Jax has really, really nice spray control, and that's how he gets away with the kills. Keeping the bullets ahead trajectory means that FaZe, the second they peek, they lose their face. Not how they wanted that one to go. That's back-to-back rounds. They've been absolutely mown down on ramp. So FaZe moving away from it for now. They still have 2 players in the lobby towards radio, but moving these Deegs in the yard. Remember, they won their second round like this, but of course they were up against less. G2 now have rifles and all, and the AWP watching yard. Kenny not letting them cross without a fight.
Nico, though, is going to be playing on top red. Again, just hoping that G2 gives them some sort of real estate. Look at this run boost.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
Yeah, nice.
It would have been sick if it worked, but sometimes it doesn't work, and when it doesn't, it really doesn't. Rain's going to try and close the gap. He does get shut down by Jax there, and that's the pressure of the close man alleviated. Olof going to try and come in towards ramp room maybe, but Jax has actually now started to aggress. FaZe just hoping that these kills present themselves, and now with 25 seconds left and no opportunity really showing up, they're going to have to try and muscle their way into one of these sites. At this point, they're hoping for damage more than anything else. They're not even going for the bomb. They know that that's the best outcome from this round, and Cold delivering 1 kill is all that comes in. G2 5-5, going to tie this up now.
Certainly a nice recovery on the CT side. But FaZe, how will they right their wrongs? We've had double ramp rounds which haven't worked out for these guys. The last A play got dealt with as well from G2. Remember Brokey in the clutch. So what's the solution? Maybe just a standard wall of smokes for FaZe, go back down towards the lower bomb site, take Secret. We haven't seen that yet, at least not the standard outside smokes. Rain's going above on the silo to look for a kill. Nothing presenting itself though in a passive line of sight, just watching for the Secret push instead. G2 again watching yard from this very, very passive position. And that means they've got their rotates ready. They know what to do if they see these smokes come down from FaZe. If they see a wall and players crossing towards Secret, G2 are going to have the protocols in place. And that seems to be what's going to go down. These wide smokes from FaZe landing on the mini side of things. And towards the garage.
Yeah, several variations of smokes they're using out here.
Nexus Molly is annoying. It forces FaZe to walk close towards Mini if they don't want to get burnt and make audio, but he's playing around a smoke, and this could be a problem for FaZe.
His timing to slip back in is timed to perfection, but Rain actually able to readjust and gets that kill locked in for FaZe somehow, some way. Now with outside control going their way, they're waiting for this re-peak. They know the pressure is somewhat on G2, not only to try and get information, but just to try and equal the odds out a little bit more. 3-on-4 right now, and Hunter's gonna go rotating down towards the B site. Jax here, only good for one. Cold, quick on his feet there. Able to pick up the trade, keeps FaZe in the driver's seat. They'll duck down towards Secret they go, and Hunter is bested by Brokey on the entry. This B site now belongs to the FaZe clan side. Amanek tries to duck in through the vent. Bomb plant comes in with seconds to spare. There is still money for G2. Amanek can definitely justify having a little poke around and seeing what he can find here. That smoke goes in as he swings the door open, so now they know exactly where Amanek could be, and he just makes the decision to back on out. He's going to give this round over to FaZe. They will keep the game going in their favor.
Oh, there's a man behind him. I think he's been spotted. Olaf coming out from ramp and taking the CT spawn will deny the save. As you said, Harry, there's money regardless, so they can still afford to drop guns over, but FaZe get another rifle round on the board. It's been a bit of an absence of that. 3 rounds in a row for G2 before they get broken. And going back to this outside control, FaZe winning the fight versus Kenny, getting that trade after he only gets 1 off the AWP, and that is a crucial kill that gives FaZe the room to move. Kenny wants another try, another piece of the pie. He's back on the AWP.
Always an exciting sight. Spectacle at that. Olaf real close to the squeaky door. Let's see if he's lining up here. Ooh, scary situation. Squeaky bump time here at the door itself. Next, holding tight, and it's going to be Brokey that leads the charge. It's going to be also a flurry of trades coming through. Now find ourselves down to a 2v3. Jax and Kenny need to get in and retake this site.
Life of a ramp player trying to push aggressively on that lobby flank. Cold's in an off angle to deal with it, and Kenny has to save. He's been spotted with the AWP in heaven, gets tagged to 30, and he's looking towards Mini, but FaZe aren't going to chase this kill down, so Kenny's not going to get given an opportunity to win this round. 7 on the T side at a guarantee. And they still want him.
Yeah, if you're FaZe, you're real happy so far with how this has gone. Pick of FaZe Clan. We got Dust 2 coming up and Train after that. Can you believe it? Sensational scenes down here, Harry.
Yeah, it's never been done before. 7-5 right now for FaZe, and they're looking to keep this hot streak on Nuke going. I mean, this is a phenomenal T side. This is what we've been used to seeing from them. It's kind of business as usual right now for the FaZe Clan squad, and that is not what you want if you are G2. You are looking to disrupt this as much as you can. It's an investment now for the G2 squad. Couple of pistols up around this AWP on Kenny. FaZe, they've been doing a great job of avoiding him, it feels like. A lot of Kenny's kills on the board have just been on the save with this AWP.
Oh, look at this.
Nade stack up onto the silo.
There was such potential. Now, Hugo, you said this, I believe, in the pre-match. You were saying along the lines that, hey, they're going to win their own map picks. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right now, that's proving evident. It's FaZe Clan up to 7, and they've decided their map pick.
I think it's even more likely that FaZe 2-0 than G2 2-0 this series. That being said, not that I think that FaZe got a 2-0, but, you know, Dust 2, a map certainly caters to the individuals of FaZe. And like many people have said, you know, it's one that doesn't really change. It hasn't changed, even with those skyboxes getting added, or removed rather, over on the B site. We haven't seen a whole lot of effect from that, and even pros have said it's kind of negligible. Fast round play for FaZe, 2 men here. One did drop down towards B, and the other dropped to the grave. Jack's hanging around. Amanek dropping one with a deagle. There's a chance here for G2 to make things sloppy, and they have, taking down Nico. Low HP on Olaf. If he dies, if just one bullet hits him there, that could be the round. Nexus still could make it so with a lower rotation of the AWP. FaZe walking right into a trap.
Yeah,
or not.
Nah, they ain't. They've left the bomb. They're going to go back for it. Olaf selling this fake down towards the B site. And this was all coupled with him flashing into hell. Cold actually peeked up a little bit later than that. They kind of double fake Nexa into this rotation. And now they seem to have a very good read onto where he's going to be. And that's because they're expecting him to have rotated away from A. The site is empty. The plant's coming in. And Cold will solidify the round. 8-5. And right now, FaZe are anything but Cold. They've come into this looking hot to trot. G2 got to try and pick up the pace here.
Perhaps we'll be, I guess, graced by the presence of Mohan towards the end of this map.
Ooh.
So that's exciting stuff. Launders for short. I think. For short, yeah.
For long.
For long. Launders for long. And this is a long half for G2. Jack's going to try to get it going back the right way. Again, had a pretty phenomenal round there at ramp earlier on. But so far, G2 have only given themselves 5 rounds on the CT side. And we're looking towards the end of the half.
Oh, FaZe. They're going for the smokes. Hesitant for a second, but a man down in this round, and they have the utility for it. 3 smokes being lined up towards the outside. I expect, again, the double mini garage smokes. Yep. Molly going down in secret. They don't want G2 to have any control here. Nexa going for the same thing. The FaZe have seen this before. They've read it. They should be ready for it. Nexa hits the Molly. That makes a noise. Rain is hanging around, looking for a gap in the smoke, and Hunter has that A site. FaZe want to split through main and come into A, but G2 have so many players here. They have the advantage. We haven't seen FaZe be all too successful on this top site, with the exception of just a couple of rounds. Especially with a man down and a smoke in the door. That's going to delay things for the time being. Olof has a main smoke. He was lining it up, but I guess not throwing it because Rain is coming in through mini, so it wouldn't really be of much help. 30 seconds, though. Hot roof Molly coming in, and FaZe will commit.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to dodge that up on the rafters. Flashes go in, but FaZe, they jump down through the vents, and they sneak on through. I like these decisions from FaZe in that round. They throw everything to telegraph an A play, and what this means is the players back in the A site just tuck in. They hunker down, and they expect this push. It never comes through. It comes in towards B, but G2 have done a great job of keeping this round locked in regardless. Fast rotation from Kenny helps out massively. We mentioned how it feels like FaZe have just been dodging it. Whenever they've given him an opportunity, he's been very, very good with it. And in this round, he gets 2 to solidify a 6th for G2.
Yeah, part of that hunkering down actually played into their favor as the bomb was, you know, obviously in a post-plant scenario. You know, they're able to catch what was going to be Nico shooting some of the backlines, or at least trying to keep that bomb timer ticking. So.
Yeah, one thing Yanko mentioned in the pregame was you talk about Hunter and Nico and, you know, tendencies being maybe expected by Hunter, who will be watching demos. Nico, he's been lurking ramp a lot, and he's been getting punished for it in some of these post-plant situations. We've seen even Hunter read it before in the B site. MAhvMh7z just there coming in on rotate from heaven, and FaZe, last round of the half, last chance to do anything here. Still a great half regardless, right? 8 rounds is fine, but 9 would really be the cherry on top. What on earth is that smoke? Oh, God. Did that even land correctly? I don't know, but FaZe are doubling down. They are pushing fast into the site. Rain inside of the smoke. How does he go down there? The trade is in, though. Luckily enough, Nico coming alive with a Deagle. Kenny pushing through a smoke with Nexa, and they get punished. It's going to be just Jax now, usually on ramp, now on a rotate. He's been flanking lobby, and FaZe have expected it every time. Will they expect this?
Look at him, he's already gotten out there. He doesn't see the second player, almost is able to net that shot, but it's Olof that closes the half out here for FaZe. 9-6. We're gonna go to a break, we're gonna come back, and we're gonna take a look at the next half of play here at the ESL Pro League Season 11.
so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up.
through the lobby. Rain, ready. Quick shot, drops two, followed up on two by Jax. And the bomb plants in for G2.
Yeah, Jax holding the vent, and Olas. He definitely saw something. Now, I'm not saying that he knows that Jax is holding this close angle, but he certainly could. Vent now breaks. Jax's attention is pulled away, but Kenny, in the meantime, here he is, emerging in the backline, and oh, there's a couple more than he bargained for. Olaf and Cold both in position, ready to secure that pistol round. Faze, they're going to find themselves locking that in. Now, remember, this is their first pistol round in this series. It was G2 to win it back in the first half. However, they immediately lost the anti-eco, not even an anti-force spy in that second round. So this time, FaZe off to a blinding start straight away. And no money for G2 to really work with. I'm curious to see if they decide to invest.
Let's see what they put in the hands of Cold Sarah. Let's see what they're going to work with. Yes, it does look like they're going to acquire some weapons. It's going to be a FAMAS for Cold Sarah. 2 M4s, 3 M4s even.
And no utility. This is going to be a dry run outside for G2, and that's how FaZe can really make this one clean. Or could be able to, not should, because these Deagles are dangerous. Nico coming in from lower. He's going to peek the secret stairs. Brokey should have the info on the cross, but which player will come into contact first? Because they are watching for Nico. They just turned away. Oh, Jax has looked back, but it's not enough. Nico put taps in the spray for a third. Not going to find a fourth. MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ5hJiBX12YBJbhjfLTs hits a Deeg shot, but Brokey's going to move in now, knowing the targets are low in number. Oh dear. Oh god, yeah, body block thrown off Meister, take the kill, and Rain will clean up the round.
Look at that. That's a responsible, leader within the team, an adult, shielding the child basically from the shots. Good stuff there.
That's what you do with us, Trace, you know? You watch out for all the bad things, you keep us away from them. I don't know.
Or sometimes throw us straight into them head first for our own good.
I mean, how else are you going to learn how to swim, guys?
Exactly.
Just thrown right in the pool, and there you go. Sarah.
11-6 here. FaZe, great position right now, but this buy is coming in for G2. Nades on the silo. We got a double glaive situation. FaZe are fighting behind the smokes. G2 standard smokes. You can see this from FaZe all half long. They're going to get their players down towards secret, or at least try. Nico looks to make it a little bit more difficult as he comes in on the flank. There's a late player, though. Timing is everything here for FaZe. Nico might have just found it. Oh, no.
Nexa puts the KO back in Nico. Rain gets dropped down towards secret. And G2 running amok in this round. They've got outside control. Brokey, his scout, left us wanting a little bit more in the last round. He's looking to try and do his best with it here in this one. They get players across into garage. They feign going into secret. It was all a bit of a ruse. And it looks like FaZe might have just fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. They're going to rotate all 3 players down towards the B site. G2, they will not be arriving there anytime soon.
I'm surprised FaZe have fallen for this. Half of it may be, just wanting to stay grouped and save, but, they saw G2 go down secret and then come back up when they killed the second player that was Rain outside. So assumptions could be made this is going to be a top site play, but FaZe not in the know. And no round for them at this rate. It's going to be G2 on that A site coming in from heaven. Full mollies over the bomb site as well, making sure everything is cleared out. FaZe have no possession over A, and they might just try and possess these guns for a rainy day. A save here for 3.
Yeah, I don't see any sort of desire for them to go for this. Not at this point. You are right. Also, we have this little bit of a lull. You can hit Control-T, okay? That means you don't close this browser window. You don't close the stream. All right, first and foremost, that's how you open the new tab. So Control-T, you type in as I read it. You ready? Shop, that's S-H-O-P .ESL Gaming, I guess I could spell that out for you, but it all spells itself, .com. Now head over there and check out the Gooseman 20 collection. I can't wait to ask somebody to have one of those hoodies. They do look pretty sweet. So yeah, head over to shop.eslgaming.com.
Hugo actually was wearing one. How would you rate the comfort factor, Hugo?
Very nice. Good material, Keeps me warm. All the things you need out of clothing.
Yeah, basically. So you can go ahead and close that browser tab, or at least bookmark it, find it a little bit later. We're going to be jumping back into this first map of the series. Harry Russell, I feel like you've had a good day. You got Yanko to praise you?
To be fair, Yanko's actually always been lovely to me. So there's that. I felt like maybe there's Little bit of mutual love going on there.
Ooh.
Rain tagged up through the hut. Nothing to write home about. Outside smoke's going to get set up now from G2. Remember these for your matchmaking games. You just go up behind this truck here, kind of line up into the, I don't know, like the lip of the truck. I can't even explain it. The trucks have lips.
Eyes.
The trucks have lips. I don't know.
Yeah, and Cars, like the movie, right?
Yeah, exactly. But of course, the Piston Cup is sadly cancelled this year.
Oh, no.
Hunter gonna set up outside of the A site with this Molotov, looking to try and get that in to flush a player out.
Very precise.
He's lining this up with the lip of the vent now.
Everything's got a lip on it at this point.
Oh, that's a heaven molly. And it will go through successfully. Cold, he's close on the site. He's thrown one through the hut, but these flashes are just non-stop. And he is stopped in the back of the site. Rain finds one before he gets traded. Broky's been smoked off into heaven, and Faze have to concede A. That is an excellent execute from G2.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel bad for Cold. I couldn't help but laugh just with the amount of flashes that come raining in directly into his eye line. Like, you could see him looking. The flash goes off. Molly's still there. He's like, it's fine. Another flash. Oh, still blind.
Five flashes later.
Molly's still going. I'm still fine. They'll come eventually. Up, blind again. And yeah, the round is pretty much over on the back of that. G2 are going to take themselves an 8th round here to the 11 on FaZe Clan. I had to rewind that one quickly.
Had to rewire that one too. Think about it.
That's the thing, since getting over on this T side, they've been looking good. This is their 2nd round now back-to-back. We'll bring up the scoreboard. We can see who's leading the charge. Kenny and Jax bringing up the front here for G2. Olaf and Cold on the other side of things, looking great for FaZe Clan. Jax delivering the entry in this round to make it all happen. And MAhvMh with the important trade onto Rain. You know, once those 2 kills came in, the round was over, as we saw. There was no rotation. There was no going for that once again for the side of FaZe. They're trying to play it safe. They're trying to play it by the numbers. They'll head into this round with just these saved weapons to work with, although don't underestimate them. We've already seen these kind of finicky force buys from FaZe produce some pretty good results thus far.
G2, very passive outside. They're waiting for FaZe to bring aggression, potentially, with the low economy that they do have. 2 pistols behind the saved guns. Nothing happening outside, though, for FaZe. Olaf is keeping an eye on it. Nico as well, hell side. It's a nice grenade. Rain gets absolutely blown out of the water and finished off by the rifle. G2 start to move through the yard. There's not going to be anything here to stop them. The smokes are down, wide smokes as well, the ones that FaZe were using. Nico will look to try and fight through the credit card. The flash actually blinds him as he comes through, but it doesn't matter. There's a smoke in his face. There's nothing he can do anyway.
Almost, Nico.
They're really taking their time. They want fights. G2 are hanging around looking for kills.
Brokey on the scout. Nico towards the close blues. Going to get the drop onto Kenny. This is starting to go awry for G2. They found their way in a big garage. The time being all very low. That's something you have to consider. Nico's going to continue his rampage onto MAhvMh.
This is scary, Trace, because G2 are trapped right now behind enemy lines, and Nico's just continuing to put up numbers. Hunter has to turn this around, and he's got to do it alone. This bomb is in garage. If he goes down, Nexa is so far away, and with only 10 seconds, they need the kills. They need them now, and it's just not coming in. There just isn't a chance in this round. Nexa might even go down after time. Cold actually doesn't want to risk waiting out the 2 seconds there to do it, and that's a 12th round on the board for FaZe. However, I think that one kind of, I don't want to say given over by G2. It's more like they walked into the trap that FaZe set towards outside. Their decision, as Hugo pointed out, to stick around and try and take these duels comes back to punish them in a very, very big way. FaZe had a great setup with a player in main, a guy in garage in the form of Nico. They had heaven rotations if needed. They also had Brokey back in CT spawn.
Yeah.
And so what that meant is the second you get into garage, you are pincered between the main credit card and CT player. And NiKo was just able to isolate each and every one of these fights. Look at this. There's never a trade potential in any of them.
The way he's dancing around blue, just, you know, he's setting himself up for those one-on-one fights. Even though when he does peek and get that first kill, there's certainly a trade potential here for G2. But it wasn't there, and that's going to be all the difference. Freeze time comes to an end. That U.S. Air Force tactical timeout comes to an end. And we look at the 21st round of play here in the first map. Dust 2 next, Train after that. Here we go. NiKo's going to continue his tear of outside. Drop the Molotov over there towards red. And that's what that's going to do is keep Kenny blocked in. It's going to keep the side of G2 from just advancing with a wall of smokes down into lower or even participating in a fight outside. You just see how weary they are. They're going to go for a boost here and perhaps catch someone up in heaven, but no one is home. No one's playing these reindeer games.
No, it's far from open season over here towards outside. NiKo is looking for something, and two players have gotten down through secret. You can see Faze are aware this is a possibility. Olaf in position down here towards B to hold on if needed.
Oh, the timing was just super awkward. I wonder if Kenny saw just the backside of his shoulder. Anyway, Olaf a little bit cognizant of what could be going down, what could be transpiring here in secret. After dumping a flash and being smoked off, Kenny is going to back out. Looks like they're going to have to readdress this. They're going to have to redirect their attention into upper. Cold Zera with the opening kill of the round. Green playing from the top of HUD is going to get spotted by Omnic, and here goes the tear. It's going to be G2 that are mopping up the site. Brokey and Olaf left. One from the vents, one towards Hell. AWP in Brokey's hands. We saw what he did with the Scout last round. Is rather comfortable within the scoped weapon.
Yeah, the tendency we've seen, though, from FaZe is just that they save in these situations. And it's because, you know, they've still got the rounds to play with. Admittedly, though, this scoreline is getting a hell of a lot closer. A ninth round now on the board for G2. Just 3 between them and FaZe at the end of this one. And, you know, at least with this double save, it enables you to come into this next round with an investment, should you want to, over on the FaZe side. But they haven't really been going for too many of these risky force buys, right? Even thinking back to like early days, think back to the pistol round in the first half when they went into that second round and actually picked it up. That wasn't a force buy, it was just deagles. So they really don't elect to go for this a hell of a lot over on the FaZe squad. And yeah, I mean, look, the money's pretty trash. They're likely just going to have to eco around this. And that should be, if all goes to plan, a 10th round for G2. But FaZe have been phenomenal in these rounds, but they don't have a lot riding on it. So this game isn't really like channeled into the usual ebbs and flows of a Counter-Strike match. It's been a bit weird thus far.
Strangely enough, I mean, it's Rain the only one that's sort of the odd man out here. When you look at the frag distribution across both sides, everybody's pretty much on par. Everybody seems to be just about neck and neck with each other. Just one thing you can say about good team-played game. Either way, Olaf's going to set himself up in the ramp room for business. The shop is open. Now, will anyone come into the store today? That is the big question. Look at this angle from Brokey. Does have the AWP, save from last round. He is just point blank and right up in their face through the HUD. Looks like he want to pressure that just a little bit more, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get good information from this at the very, very least, right? And there could be even more waiting for him. There is. Nexa is holding for this push. Now, as they see the outside smokes go in, this might want to increase your tendency on the FaZe squad to kind of probe the lobby even further. This has been their usual response to this outside control from G2, is they just try and figure out exactly what's going on by pushing the other extremities of the map. We even had Olaf Meister looking like he wanted to try and push ramp room, and yeah, he's committed to that now. He's going to clear all this out, so the information will be gained for FaZe. Admittedly, it's in the final 30 seconds of this round, so now it should become clear exactly what's going on, and these rotations might look to come through. That said, B-bomb site's already fallen, you know? Olaf gonna try and do what he can. He's got to deliver quite a bit, though, to really tempt them into this one. Brokey might certainly think about hanging back, but there's a kill from Rain, and uh-oh, that's an AWP picked up. This could spiral out of hand very, very quickly. All 5 players for FaZe Clan now arriving. Kills have presented themselves. They've been given a reason to give this a go, but Nexa and Jack start to get it back under control in a very, very big way. Brokey looking to leave, looking to hold on to this AWP. And he will get away. Hunter's going to hear him. G2 now know that they have secured this 10th round. They've dodged that awkward pistol situation. It looked like FaZe are about to get back into it. And they're even hunting down this AWP. They heard Brokey running away. They know he's headed towards CT. This is going to be a horrid shot, though, for old mate Jax. Yeah, no, doesn't work.
There was an idea there. Now, we do have a skybox here. What do you got for us, Hugo?
This is a really nice A execute that G2 just showed us on that top site. But firstly, the fake comes through outside. That's the key start. You see those smokes go in the yard, and these draw early rotations away from FaZe off of A. What it does is it forces Nico to go towards Mini, and it forces Brokey out of the heaven outside of the A site. Following up, G2 go for this A side execute. They run on in, and we'll skip forward a little bit to show the utility they throw through. Lots of grenades going over A. We have heaven mollies. We have mollies out of hut. Cold gets pressured close hut. He gets triple flashed out of the hut, and G2 just trade their way for the kills. You can see it's a 4-on-3, and FaZe have to give up the round. Brokey's been smoked out of heaven. Olaf is nowhere to be seen, and Nico's stuck down below as well in that lower site because of the outside smokes. FaZe, hook, line, and sinker, faked out and losing the A site. It was a saved round from them, and G2 picked up A.
Another stat coming out the way. Thank you very much, Hugo. Leading in opening kills department, 13-9, yet behind in multi-kill rounds, 15-13. That is G2 Esports that we are talking about. So far, they're starting to claw their way back to the game. Found some double digits, and now just 2 rounds shy of tying it up here with FaZe. Weapons back on the board for both sides, though.
Kenny's really feeling it with the AWP right now. In the CT side, he was 3-0 in opening duels, having not lost a single one in the half. Impressive stuff, looking to try and find more opening kills in this one, but smoked off towards the right. Olaf just hanging around. Kenny looking for a gap that is not to be. And even FaZe keeping G2 honest outside by still throwing in utility. G2, though, they've been waiting all round for this ramp pick. They're hoping that Kenny can find the opener that would give them the map control. He'll back off, and they'll look elsewhere.
We're going to set up for outside smokes inside of G2. They're going to commit to him as well. Now, how will Nico react to this? He's been sort of a menace to G2 out here so far. Looks like he's going to back up. They're going to play for the lower hold rather than forcing the issue outside.
Well, that's if it is lower. Again, G2 have been so good at, taking secret and not always necessarily committing with it, just sending a lurk player down, and Hunter is there right now. He's going to keep these players at bay on B. 25 seconds, though. G2 got to make their decision soon. Hunter trying to fake this out. If he can get a kill now, that would be so influential in this round. But right now, G2 are focused on the top site, and I think FaZe have realized it as well. It's gone quiet down on the ground. Nico, shots not connecting. They go into the silo. Cold's dropped the bomb, though, with 10 seconds. That could be everything. That could be the entire round. Nexa with a trade, but they can't pick up the bomb. They're too far away. They need the kills, and Rain is denying them. Hunter gets on the site, but he's forgotten the package. Oh, dear. It's a round for FaZe out of nowhere. They win it by just staying alive.
Man, G2, they've actually gotten too good at not letting that bomb go down now. And they give over that 13th round to FaZe. They leave it down to the wire. It's Cold's error with that crucial kill over towards CT vent that drops the bomb and throws that whole round into disarray. FaZe, they'll take that all day long. That's probably one of the easiest rounds they've ever got, as now they are very happy with how this has panned out. G2, they try and take some outside control, and this is a hell of a lot faster than these previous couple of rounds.
Maybe it's what the doctor ordered, safer than leaving it to the 20-second mark and then losing the bomb.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are doing that, It's a scary trap to sort of fall in. You playing against both the CTs and the timer, or you're just a CT and you choose not to defuse. It's really up to you.
They forgot Trace, okay? It wasn't a choice. It was just a lack of something. Hunter, he's not lacking kills in this round, though. He drops Olaf in the vents. Nico's dropped the bomb again in the yard here for FaZe. G2 are losing players, but they're also gaining kills. 3-on-3, back and forth situation. Nico hanging around the smoke. They're not ready for it. Kenny Molly credit card, but he didn't know Nico was playing around the side. And FaZe back into an advantage, back with the bomb dropped again, and no one close to pick it up. It's all about kills here for G2.
Oh, but all the kills are coming up. FaZe, Hunter, what can he do here from Secret? Can he find anything just to apply the pressure?
Ooh.
There he is, besting his cousin Nico towards outside. Bomb retrieved in a 1v2 for Hunter. Down towards the B site he goes. Prowling his way into the front line. Rotation's already in from Brokey, but a missed shot allows Hunter to just balls to the wall, run to the bomb site. And now with the bomb down, maybe there's a chance. Brokey not able to get the kill and almost onto Rain, but he will deliver the hat trick needed to get a 14th round for FaZe on the board.
And the bomb is behind the site. FaZe will get the defuse, luckily enough. So 14 rounds up on the CT side, and despite G2 putting, 4 bomb plants and forcing these saves from FaZe multiple rounds in a row, FaZe are still going to be able to get the round win. G2 have been very good at getting into the post plants here, but it could all be in vain in this map as FaZe sit just 2 rounds away from a victory, 2 rounds away from Dust 2. The choice of G2, of course.
And FaZe starting on the CT side there.
Yeah, never really want to care too much about who starts where on Dust.
Well, I guess I'll just go lay down outside.
Yeah, could you leave now, Trace? Thanks.
I guess I'll just go. Hey, thank you, everyone. I'm just kidding. This is U.S. Air Force Tactical Timeout. How could I ever miss that? What will G2 respond with here? They do know that things are getting just a little bit tighter here for them. 14-10. Looks like they're going to go for 3 AKs, 1 AWP, and a MAC-10 there on MAhvMh. What sort of round are we expecting to see? Perhaps a little bit faster play.
Yeah, I think the limited utility definitely going to lean towards that more. The MAC-10 on MAhvMh, right, all building towards...
Ooh, the big wall bang.
Sadly not going to find anything for Kenny. You would have loved to have seen that come through.
That lands on a player climbing up the ladder towards heaven. It's a timing-based shot.
It's all kind of hinging on this round for G2. They've got to find some success, and that there is delivered by Nexa. They do manage to get past Cole. This A-side play has given them some phenomenal results. All the kills come in. Olaf over here at ramp side. Kenny is already on the angle, and Olaf, yeah, seems pretty aware that this is a death sentence trying to cross this corner. He's going to get into a little hidey hole over here on the chairs. Try and hold on it to the AK. Nico in that boat right now down here towards Secret. They will get away with these guns by the looks of things. Nico, the only man who seems like he's in some degree of danger, but luckily enough, he's dodged it. Oh, I say that. Nah, he's dodged it. He's good. He's a god. No one's finding Nico today. 11-14. G2 not ready to roll over and die just yet. They've got more fight left in them. Investment back in from the T side. No money over on the side of FaZe Clan, so this could be a 12th round on the board for G2.
If they know that, they could run it back. They could do it again. FaZe forget the Molotovs inside of the hut, and G2 just storm that A site as a result. Now that FaZe don't even have the utility as an option here in this round, G2, as long as they're on top of the mats, as long as they've been looking at the numbers, an A-side play might be another call. But FaZe actually force up around these 2 safe guns somewhat. The Eagles and Armor, SMG, a chance, but certainly not pretty. G2 going back to a slower approach again. Ooh, Olaf could get flashed through here. I feel like that might be the game plan. Brokey doesn't have enough utility for it, though. Only nades smoke, so Olaf just has to commit and play anti-flash.
But with him shooting his deagle from ramp, that's certainly going to potentially draw some attention. They're not going to know that Olaf is close. Jax didn't see him. Elects to take the fight with Brokey. Brokey comes out 47 HP on the other side, but look at this by Olaf. He's going to continue to force it here. Jack's going to be the first one that he catches. He is just clamping down, strengthening his grasp here on this lobby.
Yeah, what he has done is cut off the bomb. The bomb's in spawn, and they wanted to pick it up and take it through lobby. So Kenny's trying to retrieve this map control they just lost. If they don't, the bomb will need to go outside, but that's a big kill. Hunter finding Olaf, and Nexa will go outside regardless. He doesn't know if that second man at the back of ramp has also pushed. And so we'll try and take it in his head what he thinks is safe It might not be safe because Nico is coming in from lower, looking to drop this bomb in the yard. This could be a huge kill, and he's done it. Oh no, this is how things get very, very problematic for G2. They need to trade this frag, but Nico is tip-tapping his way to a round win. It's not enough. 2 kills. Bomb picked up with 30 seconds, and Brokey on an armless Deeg has to do it all. They could just drop Vent if they're reading this. Oh no.
Uh-oh, bomb dropped. Hunter now down to the 1v1. Brokey is sweating. Over his Vent. Hunter's going to try and duck on down, and then they hear the Vent drop. Brokey now knows, has to start to pick up the pace.
Shutting the door behind him. Good stuff there. The bomb will go down, but he's not going to have too much time to find somewhere to hide himself. He goes for the double doors. Brokey has to know that he's close, and with the element of surprise, Hunter gets the shot off onto Brokey. And we see another round here for G2. They're staying alive.
Yeah, Hunter's really performing as well, which is kind of what you want to see when you know he's going up against his cousin. But we've seen a couple of those head-to-head fights more often than not go in favor of Hunter. And yeah, nice read on the B play as well. He hears the footsteps. He opens the door.
I don't know 100%, but Olaf usually has been going down towards those B site and opening up those double doors ahead of time. I don't think he did it in that round, but regardless, the doors were open and closed almost in sync. Brokey didn't look prepared for him to be over at the double doors, and I think it's maybe because the sound lined up. But that's just a small detail.
Yeah, it's deep details. Harry.
Very intricate.
We're reaching new levels here on the
New depths, yeah. A small but deep pool of knowledge here on the desk.
Yeah.
Heights that have never been reached before.
There you have it. Rain just outside of the squeaky door. He's getting a lot of sound cues here from where he's standing. And perhaps he's going to hear the fact that G2 are going to continue to play around outside. Let's see what Nico's got in store with him. Deagle up close. Doesn't get the shot off. Hunter. Quicker cousin has done it.
Yeah, another one of those head-to-heads. I'm excited to look at the actual stats and see, what the numbers say about those fights between Hunter and Nico. But from what I've been keeping track of, I haven't seen Nico kill Hunter, and I've seen Hunter kill Nico a lot of times. So
what you're saying is Nico is the budget Hunter.
I mean, I'm just saying Nico is Hunter's cousin,
Right.
Not the other way around. But maybe he could prove me wrong. Not in this round.
This little play by Brokey. Almost nets himself a kill there. Kenny S overpowers him with the AK. It's just Olaf with the P250 and a 1v5 in a round that is certainly G2 Esports is. They're going to be going up to 13. My English, going to work on that as well.
It's okay, Trey.
Yeah, you and Jax could probably go to like the same
level.
Same classes.
Yeah. Pretty much. I can't believe you'd say that about Jax, though. You know why?
Why?
Because he's Jack.
He is.
Put some respect on his name, Harry.
Respect.
There is respect on his name.
C's.
Respect with 3 C's even.
Wow.
Salute.
Capitals?
All caps. Spaces in between the letters as well.
Damn.
Respect.
Sending a message here, RG2 on this T side, though. 3 rounds in a row. And Faze, they look like they had this one ready to close out, and they get broken, and now G2 should be back in
Rush is showing this off like it's a big lineup.
Yeah, whoa, dude.
Look at that.
Hey, future pros, try out this sick nade that you can use
And
to
if they're on
buy
that
a
ladder...
flashback.
But yeah, that is... I actually saw someone asking about that the other day. Why do they sometimes see pros throwing nades back in spawn? I guess, for new viewers, that is like... a genuine question, and that is because sometimes you don't want the nades that you've picked up or retrieved or held forward from the round prior, so you can reinvest, you can swap it out, and that's what Kenny's done here.
Yeah, you can buy any combination of grenades, limited to 2 flashes. That's the only grenade you can buy 2 of. Then you have smoke, molly, HE, decoy. But look, we don't talk about the decoy, okay? Doesn't exist.
Oh, Nico put down the Molotov, and that's given him a gap in this smoke. But G2 realized that ahead of time, and they're going to go to throw down a third, magic number 3. Now, in the eyes of Faze, this likely means that they're anticipating players have already crossed down towards Secret, and that's why we're going to see Olaf start to rotate round towards the B site along with Brokey. That is not where this play is looking to end up, though. It's the A side fake. A double hot play catches G2 off guard. It's still down to the 2 versus 2, though, and this is thanks to some heroics from Kenny and Nexa. to turn this around over at the A site. Olof and Brokey, these were the two players that started to rotate down towards lower. That's where Olof finds himself now, trapped down in the vent. Brokey's up in heaven. He rotated through ramp into this position. G2, they're going to hold up. They're going to wait. Now, we've seen this punish them in the past. 20 seconds, as long as Kenny remembers, 4 seconds left, got to start getting that bomb down, and he's walking into the site, looking for this plant. Looks like they might try and plant heaven side, and this could leave them open to Brokey's AWP. He's going to flash himself in. Now they know that a man resides in heaven. This double site position means that they haven't been able to spot Olof coming up the vents, but he didn't go up quickly. Not anticipating the double site hold, and that means Olof is caught. Brokey now alone at 14-13. No money for Faze. He's got no choice but to back out of this round and hold on to the AWP and armor. It's 14-14, now all tied up. G2, with 4 in a row to get us here, still have the chance to end this one in regulation.
Yeah, Olof does what he can there to sort of also bomb what flashes he has into the site. Perhaps he can blind one of them, but also draw attention to himself in the vents, which would have potentially given Brokey a shot, or at least maybe given a little bit more of a window than he had. Because as it stood, he was pretty much blocked off. Good on G2. Now we have 14 all, 14-14.
Yeah, Faze, they've got to play for overtime here. That is not the position we expected to see them in. This T side has been excellent from G2, and they have got to, just get 2 more rounds, and that's their map pick gone. Ooh. Or Faze's map pick done, rather. Almost hitting the wall bang. They're very, very close. Cold Zero's pushed towards the hut. We've got Brokey, AWP ramp side. G2 want to hit this top site. A contact play as well. This is risky against pistols. No utility from Faze, just taking the fight. And they will come up all G2. Jax holding the flank, running through Molotovs, and Faze are being picked apart one by one. Overtime or a loss here for Faze are the 2 options left. They cannot win this map, at least not in regulation.
Yeah, it's another round where Brokey, his only option is to back away and hold on to the AWP. He's been bringing it forward, but we haven't really felt the impact of it just yet. He needs to step up in this following round with it. He held it forward for the last couple. It's got to deliver at some point. NiKo, meanwhile, over here towards outside, looking to try and take a player down with him, maybe get away with a gun as he lurks back towards the lobby.
What a call to make in round 29, though. Just running 4 players through door with no utility, no info at the start of the round. They wait out what would be the timing for an early Molotov or a smoke grenade, and then they just go into the A site and they just trade their way in. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. And even having that molly on the backline guarantees the round win. Not only, I think it was Olof has to run through the molly, but Brokey can't. He has an AWP. So nothing for him to do but save. G2 cut down the guns of Faze, and now the last round of regulation where it all comes down to either a map win here for G2, 1-0 up in this series on Faze's map pick, a map they haven't lost in 2020. 6 out of 6 played games for Faze have gone their way, and finally they're being put to the test.
Outside smoke's going to go in again from G2, and this is enough to prompt the rotation of a man into secret. That's NiKo. Olof even got a bit twitchy down towards ramp side, but hasn't elected to come rotating out, and that's because NiKo has started to push up. He sees that there's nobody here around these smokes, and so for the first time in a while, FaZe have been able to figure out that these smokes aren't leading to anything ahead of time.
I think we're going to see that top side play that G2 showed on the skybox the other round. We got all the utility going down, Molotovs towards the close positions, and the outside smokes to fake it out early, but G2 have thrown a spanner in the works. They've thrown a twist in the tail. They're dropping down ramp. They throw all the utility. It keeps Faze there, and they head towards B. The bomb staying alive as Jax gets a kill into the B site. He is on a tear, looking to end this map, looking to send Faze packing, and he just might.
Yeah, the real deal sealer is Hunter in the backline. Cold is about to get shut down. There it is, 16-14. G2, they turn it around. They managed to get the job done here on Nuke. They take 6 rounds in a row to make it happen, and they move 1-0 up in this series, taking the map pick of FaZe Clan. Dust 2 coming up next. You do not want to miss it, so stick around. Zero.
and take down Kenny S. MAhvMh still here with a bunch of nades, so doesn't want to lose them. That would leave G2 with almost nothing in this round, a 3-on-5 and one belter utility. They have middle. Faze are with the advantage, double stacked inside of B safely. Brokey watching the doors. G2 still hanging around middle, still working out how to make up for this disadvantage. Next is going to flash his players up on the catwalk, try and take control towards that A site, but look at the site. 3 players on top of it, inside of it, and aggressing towards the catwalk.
Ooh, well, that offers up a kill to Jax here. Oh, a double kill. Rain almost getting the collateral there. It feels like Hunter is the one to perish at the hands of Rain. He's got to keep on tapping them down, though. And he will come in with a third. Rain is extinguishing this A play right now. As it's only MAhvMh left standing, Rain is on for the ace. Brokey deletes him on the cross. The bomb never even makes it into the site. Rain with a stellar pistol performance there. And Faze are going to find themselves the pistol round once again here, similar to how they did back on the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, Dust2, not the map for 4 spies, you know, especially on the T side. Deagles are nice, but you don't want to dig yourself a hole if you're G2. Just take the eco here and now. Buy up in the next. Glocks are all they have. You can use this as a tack pause if you want. Take your time, but they are not waiting around. They're going to run towards catwalk. I like the pace from G2. This often leads you with bomb plants, but they really just have nothing. Faze, a scout on the site, should be able to hold the line with a couple of USP kills. Nico tapping away, but they're multi-peeking him. Nico, it's a pistol round, and he's got 4. Oh, dear. Eat your heart out.
Good stuff there from Nico. Of course, with just Glocks in that round, G2 really weren't poised to do anything super successful there. And you said it might have netted them bomb plant. Now, that's a pretty good observation as to how that could have went down, but it's just not the reality of the situation now, is it?
Yeah, if you run up that catwalk with, you know, Deagles and P250s and just a bit of utility, a flash for the corner, you can sometimes, you know, get a kill CT or the man on the site, and then suddenly Faze, you know, they have to give you the bomb site. They have to run back long and play retake, because a gun picked up can give you a chance to fight, and, you know, those ecos can fall apart, or those anti-ecos can fall apart, rather, for Faze very quickly. So sometimes it's safer to give it up, but not in that one, not when Nico's hitting shots like that, and he's going to have to do it again.
Again, we do see that G2 setting up for some action on the catwalk. Jax with a stellar catch of an HE. Smoke out just offside of bricks. They can run off cat towards elbow. But will they? They've also found themselves out middle. It's been all over roofs. They ran back to the B site, and a great flash from Brokey. Nets Coldzera 3 kills before he's taken out by Kenny S.
That would have been a great lurk from Jax if this had gone a little better for G2. If they'd gotten into B, he could have cut off the rotations and won them around, but unfortunately, now he's just stuck alone, being pinched by multiple positions. Nico will hit the shot, and that's Faze up 3-0. Great start to the map pick of G2.
11 out of the possible 15 kills in these 3 rounds have come from just 3 individuals on the side of FaZe Clan. Pretty ridiculous there, and that's just like the multi-kills being offered up I'm talking about. You know, we had it's not Cold, sorry, we had Coldzera in that round with 3, and then Nico and Rain back-to-back USP 4Ks in the A bomb site, which is a very weird one. Just Eagles in now for G2, and this should be a shot at a pretty easy 4th round from the FaZe Clan side. It's that 2nd round all over again.
Slowly does it up towards the short area. G2, once again, back in familiar territory, but it's not been kind to them in the past. Neither have Faze. Nico and Rain waiting around on this A site. Nico's going to be making first contact, baiting them in, and then falling back, making G2 think they have A, only for Rain to deliver them some death. Run boost though for G2. Are they going to flash it? No, just dry peek for Jackson. That grenade should finish off the job. Rain will do it instead, peeking wide. Nice grenade from Nico. And he can just fall off whenever he feels like it, because Rain is still here. Well, I say that. Rain was still here. MAhvMh's going to hit the Deeg, and this is how these rounds fall out of control. FaZe need to give the site away. They need to play for retake here. And you can see Nico falling off on long, allowing them to get control. Should still be a FaZe round. They can't get that gun from Rain either. It's in the round.
Oh, Amanex Deagle will find another head here. Tags through the box from Nico. Brings both the site players down. That Molotov might just seal the fate of Amanek, and he will get roasted, toasted in the fire and the flames. Hunter, the last man left, gets put in the ground as well. And the defuse comes in for FaZe Clan. 4-0 up. With a bomb plant, with the loss bonus maxed out for G2, this buy is going to be fantastic here heading into round number 5.
Great shots from Nico, though. He really just lights him up, makes him low, and makes it easy for FaZe to get that retake underway. Exactly what you need. 4-0. We've already said, you know, these series often go 3 with both teams taking the opposition's map pick, while FaZe are on route to do that right now. G2, though, slow start. They have the same on you. Can they still pick the back up? It's going to be Kenny looking for the AWP pick, and they are not ready for that fight. Rain getting picked up early. G2 a man advantage, and they're going to commit. They are late to the party. This has allowed a man to get close. Nico, oh, that Molly's going to push forward. They have to commit into the AWP, and he somehow gets away with his life. Dink down, Olaf going to swing, and he gets traded by Nexa. Kenny even finding a second AWP kill onto Nico's repeak. A dangerous decision that will come to punish FaZe.
Yeah, double swings down for the cross. Brokey not given any angle to peek through. Cold, not even really committing to the rotation, starts to slowly trickle into middle. But yeah, this is the save from FaZe. They just concede the round. Now, as they try and get away, Hunter was already dispatched to try and stop exactly this. However, he falls, and that's actually a Krieg now dropped over here in the tunnels. That's retrieved, thrown back to Cold Zera. And if you're able to get out of this round, you know, with the double Krieg save and still plenty of money on the side of FaZe, you're not that worried about anything just yet.
No, those Kriegs are lethal on the counter-terrorist side, especially on a map like this with well, it's what Rush would call a flat map. Rush, you want to weigh in on your thoughts with flat versus vertical maps?
There are a couple of different types of maps in the game. Flat maps, such as Dust 2, and then more fun, complex, big brain maps like Vertigo and Nuke. Those are the real maps you should be playing, not these flat. You know, everybody knows every angle. You peek a corner, they've killed that guy 1,000,000 times in a row, so they know what they're doing. So the flat maps get a thumbs down from me.
Yeah, all right. Well, they are easier to observe at least. So
that is true. So I like them in that regard.
Yeah, G2 giving you a bit of a chance here, Rush. Take it where you can.
You talking to me, Hugo?
No, I would never do that. 4-1 though. G2, they get on the board, they get this one done. Talking about those Kriegs over FaZe, again, you know, holding headshot angles like on the site, they can be very good. Nico is here on A. And once again, G2 just going to set up for this catwalk play. This time, long split is an option, and they have 3 players coming through there. Olaf has to hold his own.
Yeah, also in this round, FaZe have moved away from this double A-side setup that they've been running. Instead, Rain finds himself down in CT.
Ooh.
So this A-side, a little less defended than usual from FaZe. Rain trying to rotate up, and as long as he gets ahead of the catwalk players, that's all that matters. In the meantime, Olaf gets dropped down towards long side. The flashbangs have been very, very good at denying Nico any of these kills, and Hunter's going to chime on in with one of his own. Bomb plant can be found here for the side of G2, and likely this is going to be Brokey and Cold back-to-back saving, as is often the life of this B-site player.
Yeah, bomb thrown over on the run boost. Nico, he doesn't go for the timing shot there off the AWP. I think he assumes they're not going to swing on that flashbang, but if he went for a shot once he got blinded, he definitely would have got a kill. There were 3 players crossing past him. The timing was there, but not taken. Cold holding onto his Krieg. And G2 doubling down with the second round. They deal with the AWP and take the A site. We're seeing Nico often use this AWP over Olaf for the time being. Wonder if that will remain to be true. Olaf deep down in the pit in the previous round. He gets so much damage off with a flashbang from Nico, and he tags Nexa and Amanek down low. You can already see the effect of that. They are still alive and kicking, and those kills will never finish off by FaZe. 2 rounds to G2. Gamers 2, as they once were formerly known.
Well, we're all gamers too, in a way. FaZe Clan boasted an incredible 66.2% of opening duels won on the CT side, Dust 2 in the last 3 months. The average is 55%.
I like that, you know, when Ben throws us a stat, he gives us context. He lets us know, you know, this is what the normal is. This is what the average is, and this is how FaZe are exceeding that. That's a great stat to have. But right now, it's not working wonderfully for FaZe. They're on an eco.
Yeah, you got to hope that these two saved Kriegs that have been saved back-to-back can deliver a hell of a lot in this round. If you're FaZe Clan. Brokey might be given a chance now. Gonna flash the peek in for Olaf, and that's a good flashbang. Once again, lots of damage done by MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ5hJiBX12YBJbhjfLTs, but not quite the kill, and now he's got to rely on his teammates to try and finish the job. Brokey spamming this smoke. With so many players crossing behind it, it almost feels more impressive to have missed that than to have actually not managed to tag someone crossing. coldzera, in the meantime, has left FaZe in a 3-on-4, but once again, it's the save. This time, they managed to nab an extra Krieg. So slowly but surely, they're increasing the Krieg counter over here on the CT side. However, you know, is that going to transpire to any more round wins as G2 continuing to put up rounds now, 3-4. Getting some flashbacks to Nuke. Similar start here, right? With FaZe taking an early advantage and now G2 starting to find their footing further into these rifle rounds.
It's to be expected, you know. G2 obviously not having guns at the start of the map. As soon as they get the AWP and Kenny, he finds 2 kills in the round and they haven't lost any since. You know, Mohan was giving a credit to Nexa as an in-game leader. Certainly a versatile one here for the side of G2. He's got a game plan, and he's got some incredible players behind him to help him achieve that. Now, FaZe, they have money. By coming back in, the triple Krieg carry that he's talked about, it got saved. Now we need to see it put to good use. The AWP is in the hands of Nico. Olaf does have the old Craig. And where do we go from here? A single smoke for the cross, a solo player towards B, and mid to be conceded, at least for the time being, for FaZe. They're double boosting Catwalk as Olaf comes late into position. Both these Kriegs, or actually one of them being an AWP rather, up on Cat. They could boost Nico into a position to watch lower. Right now he's just holding for the contact. Rain ready with a Molotov if contact is made. In the meantime, pressure being put on B by Hunter, but that is only a facade. It's a fake. It's a long take as G2 push 3 players with the bomb out and about. Olaf watching it from the site, though. Krieg v Krieg, who gets the better of it.
You love the patience from G2, and they've been rewarded pretty handsomely for this patience, right? They show a tiny bit of presence in the tunnels. Brokey, who was playing mid, repositions. Now they spot this AWP over on Catwalk. Nico's not going to move. And that's because Rain, the other man who was boosted up here earlier, still lies in wait. Now they fall back as the long push looks to come in, but this is where the Kriegs can look to do their best work. MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ5 comes in with a trade. Hunter in the back line. Rain gets deleted as well. And this A bomb site, somehow, some way, it looked like FaZe were going to hold on to that pretty amicably, right? They flashed the players at long. They have the Krieg peeking it. It feels like there, the round should be locked in. But Hunter steals it away from FaZe Clan. 3 kills in that round from him over on the Catwalk. The patience on that man is rewarded and often required in his profession. Hunter with 3 kills, securing a 4th round for G2.
Cold comes jumping through the smoke after that, and he hits the wall. He bounces. You can see, you know, there's a little jut out on the left side, and you can watch Cold just, his head pops out. Hunter sees it. He takes a kill. That's unfortunate. And the gap in the smoke, I'm not sure if it was by design, but it will work wonderfully for G2. 4 rounds now. That 4-0 lead from FaZe has been long forgotten. Maybe we'll start to see FaZe probing here, right? We know G2's default is good, as shown in the previous round. They had tunnels, they had mid, and they had long, with a late cat take from Kenny. But FaZe, they might want to get aggressive inside of the B tunnels, try and take some map control away, force G2 to sweat. Right now, it's being held passive by MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ5. There are grenades in the hands of Faze to slow this one down with the smokes. Brokey has a HE as well to throw into tunnels if this were to be a B play. And it still may be a mid to B, but Nexa is holding long with the bomb, and Faze are considering the aggression on this side of the map.
Well, consideration. Still have this idea that they want to press around and play on catwalk. Smoke out there towards bricks. Nico working his way back in. Doesn't want to let him get all the way around the elbow there of the site. The bomb has yet to show its face. They're going to regress long here. Or they're going to try to. It looks like a two-pronged attack on the A site. It's going to cause rotation there from Brokey. He's going to start to look out towards middle and perhaps even creep on over. Olaf playing for pit. Rain very close. This has gone pretty well so far. It's going to be enough to back that if Kenny S out. The AWP gets out of the firing line. And now Nico just trying to land some headshots with that scout. There's one. Goes for a second, grabs it as well. Easy does it. Can he lock on for another one? It's Nexa in the site, and the answer is no. Nexa slick on the trigger.
And it's another one of these rounds where Faze, for a moment, it looks like they're the ones in the driver's seat. But no, G2 have somehow made this look like it should be their round. Now, these Deagles were able to get away with a hell of a lot over towards long, and the scout chimed in as well. Can the Deags do it in the now 1v2, though? I'm not so confident. Nexa cements it with 4. And, you know, we needed someone from G2 to step up. After they fed the beast that was Nico's scout over at long, that round almost gets out of hand. Nexa just suddenly digs them out of the hole. Yeah. They said it couldn't be done, but there he is shoveling away.
And, you know, that wasn't Nico, of course, from Faze, but that was a 2-on-5, man. Nico lights him up with a scout. Kenny gets a trade, and Nexa, 4 headshots with the AK, just tapping down Faze with the pistols. That is insult to injury, salt in the wound. Faze, they're going to try and bring the heat. We expected aggression. Well, there it is, right up middle. Kenny's missed the timing. He did spot a man here, but does he know how deep he's got him cold? Turning around, he at least gets a kill for that. Would have been awful if he went without one. But it's still not a perfect position to be in. 4 on 4. Nico watching mid with the doors.
I like the decision from Faze, though, right? Just to switch things up a bit. And also, it puts like a bit of tension on Kenny, right? His whole responsibility being back in T-Spawn is to watch those mid doors. So the fact that Cold was able to push up and just rely on Kenny missing those shots, which I think is a pretty ballsy move, all things considered, is a nice show of force from FaZe Clan and leaves them in this 4-on-4. It's not often that we've seen them grab these man advantages early on, and admittedly, it hasn't stuck with them.
But will this long A play be crisp? Will it be clean? Grenade gonna come out, stop them a little short of their tracks, but they're gonna keep on pressing on. Just under a minute left on the clock. Both Rain and Olaf set up here in the perfect position for some trades, and they're gonna get just that. Eaten alive is G2 Esports. Kenny S, AWP, he would find a shot that would go a long way. Instead, he's going to find a grenade. 1 on 4. 47 HP. Nowhere to go. No bomb. Really nothing else to do.
The bait, and there's the switch. Olaf swinging. Kenny gone. He fires a shot, they hear it. Olaf questioning the second AWP, does not go for it. Nico will remain the only one on the CT side. But that's fine, given the AKs, given the Kriegs that FaZe have been running, no need.
Yeah, not just that, right? G2 haven't really shown any tendency to try and have Kenny be the man looking for these picks. Instead, he is just playing that T-AWP role, right? Watching for the mid-cross. If he has a long spawn, wouldn't surprise me if we see him go for those kind of shots then. But you haven't really been having to deal with, like, G2 sending out 1 or 2 players in search of this first pick. And that's where the AWP can really excel, especially that double AWP setup. Instead, it's kind of just been these grouped plays of G2 amassing the majority of their players in one spot. And that's left FaZe in retake scenarios a hell of a lot of the time. So, you know, you understand maybe moving away from the double AWP. Rain having a tactical change during the pause, switching the batteries in his headset. Man comes prepared with extra batteries for his headset. That's what you like to see, Rain. None of this, right, we do need a 15-minute pause because my batteries have just died and I'm going to have to charge my headphones or play on speaker. And no one would want that.
You know, worst comes to worst, just take apart the TV remote. That's what I always do.
You're that guy in the house? You just keep removing the TV remote batteries?
It happened.
My
you know,
God.
I ran out of batteries and I need batteries. So what else?
Yeah, but
do I
I'm
do,
assuming they
Chris?
don't charge them like double A's. I'm assuming this is like
my headphones are wired, so
yeah, that's your loss, I guess. Then, bud. Kenny down here towards lower tunnels has the rest of the squad in tow. They're going to try and boost him up for this short side peak, and that is where Nico is. They decide against the boost. That's because Xbox is smoked. I'll just go creeping on out through the lower tunnels. Rain doubled up here alongside the AWP of Nico. Nico falls off and drops into CT, but this means they don't have to concede short on the back of this rotation. And Rain, now that they've spotted the AWP, this is a sick little bait and switch from FaZe Clan. They send the AWP down. G2 then go, oh, well, Nico's mid. He was just catwalk. So everyone quickly discounts that AWP, you know, who was aggressive on Cat is still going to be there. They all turn away. And in that timing, while they're focused on CT, Rain just comes in and slides the knife in the back. 6-5 now. FaZe going to find themselves back in the lead.
Yeah. Enough for a purchase over here for G2. Will they do it? Kenny can get the op back out, but they're going to go for a little bit of a partial here. Deagle on Kenny and Scout on Jax. Not playing around with the A control this time is FaZe Clan. Just Cold Zero over at B on his lonesome.
Oh, so here's something else as well, right? This little setup between Olof and Rain over at Long. We didn't see it in the last round. Obviously, Rain doubled up with Nico over towards the short side. But other than that, it has been Rain and Olof playing this long side. In this round, Brokey joins him, and Rain's actually back inside of A. We kind of see Rain taking that swing position role now, where he's always this man out on his own little island, trying to work in tandem with other members of the squad, right, to try and like come in on these big lurks. But that position from Olof is something that he's done a hell of a lot, and that's something that I think G2 have been caught off by a couple of times. Keep an eye on that double setup at Long. See if that's something that G2 catch on to.
I think they spotted Nico rotating as well. Jax was scoped in mid, and Nico just looked away as he crossed towards B. G2 haven't done much of that information, though. They've been smoked off on the catwalk, and now they have to go. The molly from Brokey is well timed. He sees utility, but that will only burn half the time of the smoke. They can drop into CT. Hunter gets around it. Rain spamming. He's praying. He's getting tabbed by the scout, and now players dropping into CT. Rain knows there's going to be more where that came from, and he's got 2 for 1. Make it a third. The trade's in, and next he's got to do a whole lot with not a lot. It's going to be a 7th round for FaZe Clan on this CT side. Putting it together. Despite G2's 5-round streak, that's a bit of a recovery from FaZe. 3 in a row, and the money now back in the hands of G2.
Yeah, and, you know, regardless of the weapons they had, you see them try to drop the smoke towards CT. They drop a smoke on bricks. They even have a player try to fake a sound cue into dropping into spawn. But ultimately, it was the Molotov that really put a damper in the plans right there. Landed just perfectly behind the smoke and kept G2 from getting any sort of freedom of movement up catwalk and elbow. U.S. Air Force Tactical Timeout brought to you by G2. This is their 2nd one. They have 2 more left in the game. And I see, you know, a couple gigglers next to me. I wonder what they're giggling about.
Just having a giggle, having a gaggle, having a laugh over here on the analyst / casting desk. It's kind of both.
It's too bad we don't have a couch.
Desk, mate.
It is just a regular desk, isn't it? How can you even tell the difference?
This one doesn't have any analysts on it.
Yeah, guilty as charged, Your Honor. Nico over here towards short, and Kenny, they're in this standoff. Down a little. Nico backs away. No peek comes in.
Oh, you just ruined that song for me forever.
Yeah.
I can never watch a Wild West movie again.
A Wild West movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch any anyway.
No, yeah, that's I could tell. I could tell by your choice of words there. Now, let's see. The Cowboys of FaZe Clan over here towards the short side. They're looking to try fire off now. Rain. Ooh. Spots the dude getting up onto the Xbox. Olof, in the meantime, gets the information that there's players at long. This is something that G2 have gotten wrecked by a couple of times, trying to grab this long side. Nico's going to come rotating in to join Olof. G2, they'll decide to back on out, and I think that's a safe decision. This double duo of Nico and Olof over at long side is not one you want to go running into anytime soon.
Jackson did the classic, oh, there's a grenade coming, let me move to avoid it, and then moves into the direct collision with the grenade.
Happens to the best of them.
Yeah, walks right into the firing line. Well, this is not actually an A play. G2, they want to head Clint Westwood into this B site now. Brokey, he's going to be the only man stuck here. Cold Zero at the car as well, waiting for the spray. He's got one, doubling it. Bomb drop, Cold holding his own and shutting down the round. Trace has fallen to pieces.
Clint Westworld, everyone.
I said Westwood. What are you doing? What is going on?
Clint Westwood. Now, that was what was said. That's what's going on the card. And my goodness, I cannot believe the words that just came out of your mouth, Hugo.
They headed west. They went to B. That's on the left side.
Clint Westwood.
Yeah, they didn't head eastward. They headed westward.
Okay, no, I get it now. I get it.
See, that was on purpose.
There's a recovery there.
No, that was on purpose.
Yeah.
That was the intention.
Well, let's see what you think, chat. Let's go ahead and get a 1 if you think he was on purpose right there.
Wait, you think I actually think his name is Clint Westwood?
Well, you said it, not us.
Jesus
so.
Christ.
Anyway,
I mean,
cat control here from the side of G2. They're going to have pistols in this round. They're running at a furious pace, not wasting any time with smokes. Jax, though, is going to begin to open the door up here with the Deagle, taking down Olaf. Meanwhile, Rain has other plans for the entirety of G2. He's going to stay alive in the site, dropping a grenade. Tons of damage put down. He's done enough. But a bomb plant will come through unless this grenade finds success. And it doesn't.
Oh man, it is raining nades. Raining on the parade here of G2, but they've been able to get the bomb down, and Hunter was keen to take the advantage. A very risky peek, and oh, he's done it again. Oh dear, not the cleanest in the world. Now down to a 2-on-2. Nico trying to readjust. Amanek goes back to the same position. In the meantime, Brokey's dropped Nexa on the wraparound through mid. They had a great read to deal with the lurk. And they do manage to deal with Amanek as well. The E-Fuse comes in. It's a 9th round now for Faze. We can continue the Western theme. This has gone 9-5, the way of Dolly Parton.
Yeah, I mean, G2, they definitely, is Dolly Parton West? Is that Western?
She's a country
like
music
country
singer, guys.
music,
Come on.
right?
Just because country music is not strictly limited to the West or the Wild West, okay? I'm from the South. People like country music there, too.
Trace,
Can't say that I'm one of them. I'm not a K-Kona type of guy, so it's just not.
Give me the biggest yeehaw you can give us.
In a Faze G2 match, you want a yeehaw. Well, it is the last round of the half, so why not?
He had to take his headset off for that one.
He actually did. I moved a considerable distance away, and yet our ears, well, maybe they'll never recover. Nico
I
up
hope that
here.
wasn't painful. I do apologize.
No, that was actually great. It sounded good, and Nico's looking even better. Big old yeehaw from this man as he drops Nexa over towards the short side. Now readjusting back towards mid, trying to get up on top here. Does peek on over the smoke, and that is how Nico gets dealt with. However, Brokey is a trickier beast to tangle with altogether. Amanek's going to duck and dive and weave out from middle. Hunter's got the B site. But Brokey on the other side, this is by no means a safe site just yet, especially with this bomb isolated on the catwalk. It's confusing times right now on either side of the equation. For G2, they don't really know what Faze Clan have, and Faze don't really know what G2 have.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Cole just calmed. The bomb is at short, and they leave B. They rotate away. The bomb's now dropped, and it's Hunter alone in the 1v3.
I don't like that commitment there. I would have loved to see Amanek go back. You know, Hunter was trying to fake out B to draw those rotations away, but if anything, they just draw them closer to the bomb. And
Hairy muscle.
Harry Muscle, yeah, dude. I don't know if that one's gonna stick as well as Hugo Bryan might, but 10-5 at the end of that first half. Faze with a commanding lead, and G2 finding themselves on the back foot. There is one man that we all want to see a little bit more from over on the G2 side, and that man's name is Kenny S. He could be the man to keep the GG bet odds going in G2's favor. That's an interesting turnaround considering the scoreline here that we see on Dust 2. But the folks over at GG Bet are believing in the GG2. Can they now make those odds a reality?
Can we take his microphone away? Is that allowed?
We could, or we could just give it to Rushley to commentate this pistol round. Rushley, take it away.
What's going on? Well, from what I'm observing right now, they're all chilling out down here, but Jax... Oh, wow, that was an absolutely godlike one tap there from the short position. HE not going to do much in mid. Looks like they are posturing back towards B. Nico throwing a deep Molotov.
Deep.
But I do like this camera, so I'm going to use it. And hopefully it all works out in the end. Hopefully 9 doesn't kill any. Oh, it's messy, but he just followed it. Oh, a crisp second. Hunter last on the side, all up in a 1v4. We've seen him do it. We know he's got it in him. Looking for the first. Oh, no. Hunter takes him down.
And that is Rushley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rushley, what's your Twitter handle? What's your Instagram? Where can we find you? What's your mailing address?
If you Google Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
nice.
It should come up.
And do we Google them as letters or as not? Like, do we write that out?
I think you can do both. I think both works fine now.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much, Rushley, for picking up that pistol round.
Have a good one.
The slack that I guess Harry is creating here.
Yeah, remember, he's observing while doing that. You know, this man's multi-talented, multilingual, and multi-vitamin. I don't know. He's
multivitamin.
He drinks his multivitamins. He makes sure he has a great diet, I guess.
I suppose. The only thing that needs to be stomached around here is that first round loss from FaZe Clan, guys. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, now, if we can just find the conversion here on the G2 side, they're going to be looking good. But that's something that they've struggled with thus far. This round shouldn't get out of control. It shouldn't get out of hand. And it definitely had the potential to. Thankfully, Hunter gets rid of that pressure, leaving Olaf alone. And more alone than ever as he turns back around. Hunter will go ahead and deal with him. 7-10 now, G2. Starting to get back into the swing of things here in the second half.
So I want to say thank you to everyone out there, all 100,000 plus of you that have decided to spend your Sunday with us. You might be tuning in for the Liquid Furia game if you're just waking up in America, North America, that is. Well, and if you're doing that, it's 2:30 on the East Coast. So what are you really doing?
So most people probably haven't woken up.
Or haven't gone to sleep.
Close to our sleep schedules, Trace.
Doesn't get us any closer to the Westwood.
Yeah.
We do find ourselves in the Dust Hood, though. We're going to be taking a look as FaZe Clan try to manipulate this mid control that they've gained.
Oh, Hunter spotted there with the MP9. Tries to get a little nade in through the door, but FaZe are too fast on their feet to get caught by that. But maybe Kenny's position could stand to blindside a couple.
Oh,
see you later.
That's a bit of a shame for Rain as he takes one to the brain. Kenny going to reposition over here toward the back of Goose. Trace actually taught me how to summon geese earlier on.
That's not true at all.
Summon, I think, is the wrong word.
You have to conjure them, just like World of Warcraft. You have to, like, create them.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to throw that one in just yet, Trace.
No, well, it's
flash out through long. Jack's down in the pit here. Has his work cut out for him as they start to head his way. Now, this short play still looking to come through from Nico. That means that Kenny can't really help old mate Jax over here towards long. He's just got to try and fly solo, and he will get picked up almost immediately. Nico dealt with over towards Catwalk, and that's going to leave this shooting gallery open to Kenny S. As the rest of FaZe try and trundle their way up through long. But this is not really working. We talked about trundling up through long. Well, Nex is more like Teemo. He's disappeared in that smoke. Just standing still, and there it is. Cold, he wanted to die there. He was looking for death, and Nexa gives it over in high supply.
Yeah, he didn't even shoot because he wanted the loss bonus, wanted his money to be on level with his team. It makes sense. Of course, what he had is more than the loss bonus, but thinking more for the longevity, saving that AK would probably leave him dying after time as the smoke fades. 10-8. G2, they've warmed up, they've woken up in the second half, they're bringing the heat. Kenny has been hitting his shots with the AWP. He had a bit of a slow start to this map. We weren't really seeing him all too challenged. But living the high life on the CT side and taking the advantage for G2 in round number 19. Faze are going to move up catwalk. It's a long split as well towards that A site, but G2 are appropriately poised for it. Next is playing bait in on Goose. But with the AWP supporting him, Kenny should be able to light up a couple of kills before they get to Nexus position, and he can guarantee that Faze aren't going to be getting a bomb plant in this round, denying the money. As once Faze get on the site, they're probably not going to check Goose. They're probably going to be looking towards long, as that's where Jax will also be peeling away from and assisting Kenny S.
Yeah, not to mention, we've already seen Kenny's flash stats are looking good right now for G2. He's even available to throw these in, as is Jax over at long, and that's just going to help Nexa out even further. Kenny's going to hold for the ramp peak. Pretty ballsy decision as it leaves him on 2 points of health, but he's still alive, still kicking. Nexa tries to swing out from Goose, and Cold with his Deagle, looking for a little bit more. Now down to the 1v3. This is made scary by coldzera. He's brought down two, now in with another. Kenny and AhvMh, the two players that survive. coldzera almost on for the ace, and it's only AhvMh left. Cold gets it. Faze at 11th round. And my word, what a Deagle play from Cold. 11-8, what a way to get your first T-side round on the board. Take a bow, coldzera.
Unbelievable shots here and an unbelievable round. He turns this one around single-handedly, finds the frags necessary, does it all while dancing around inside of the A site on 7 HP. Great stuff there from coldzera.
Yeah, just the pivoting on the box is the best part. You can see in that 2-on-1, Kenny makes it cool. Let's just rush him. Let's just get in his face. He's low, and Cold is just, pivoting, bouncing left, right, back and forward, not giving a trade to G2, allowing himself to take these one-on-ones. Great work from Cold. A god with that gun, as many players on Faze have proven to be in the past.
Those are the type of rounds that can really turn a game.
Yeah.
They can really solidify that you could even pick up, this map for sure.
It's Faze's first T round. That's the most important part as well, right? They get 10 CT rounds. They go silent, G2. That was an anti-eco. They should have been up to 9-10. This could have been close, but instead, Faze back in the lead by a big way. But how long for is the question.
Now look at Rain. Sneaky sloth making his way into the site. No one's even seen him yet. They have absolutely no idea that Rain's gotten all this ground. Just looking back towards the site, it's going to be that of Jax. But even now, he's looked away. And there's the one tap from Rain. Easy does it. Squeeze the trigger. You just got to squeeze the trigger.
Olaf gets a catwalk. That was very important. Flash is there. He can assist this bomb going down. Nico is covering spawn because G2 are forced out of the A site. They might even just have to save straight up. Losing to that eco has economical consequences, and they're experiencing them right now. 2 orbs, neither of them with armor. A FAMAS and an M4. It's a safe city. It's no kit here for G2, and they've got to give it up. Faze, 12 rounds. That Deagle round from Cold is going to have massive consequence here as G2 are forced to give away 2 in a row, despite, again, having an early advantage in this one.
You gotta wonder, is that Cold deep round the kind of straw that breaks the camel's back for G2 here on Dust? How do you dig yourself out of that one? That was their round all day long, and now they save here. It enables them to field 4 weapons into this round. They can buy armor on AhvMh and Kenny. But you can see, right, they don't really want to have to invest that, because now, like, the double eco, or this isn't really an eco, but an eco looming in the next round if this one isn't found. They put a lot of pressure on these 4 rifle players to try and get the job done. Jax is only armed with a USP. He can be used a bit like bait for the rest of the gang to play around. He's going to try and do everything he can to assist them in getting this opening kill.
Yeah, they've put Brokey in the pit and they've left long. Faze just wanted to get this man behind enemy lines, but this is a dangerous fight. He's going to win it. Hunter gone. That was a rifle fighting down long. Jax has now picked it up. It's a triple AWP for G2. Not the most orthodox, but let's see if they can pick it up. Getting close. Oh, he's surely getting traded here. He was ahead of the angle, could not retreat. Nexa getting caught, and he will get a dink on the second, but Olaf and NiKo combining for that kill. It's going to be Jax and AhvMh. 2 more AWPs remain, and another missed shot, just so committed. G2, they're trying to catch Faze off guard with these aggressive positions, but they need to hit the shots, and Jax, he finally will. Bomb dropped, buys time for that rotate, and Jax is going to peel on out of here. He hasn't been traded from Cat. He's expecting a long flank. That's not coming through, because Brokey himself is also expecting a long flank. Watching the doors is not the case. AhvMh coming in from Catwalk. NiKo, oh, he's been given a chance, but he won't hit the shot. Another bomb plant in for Brokey, who can try and win this round.
Oh, nice shot from AhvMh. Luckily enough, NiKo not able. Oh, NiKo gets tired trying to get back down towards the ramp, but it wasn't the killing blow. That could have given G2 a real avenue back in. NiKo, here's the man in CT. Brokey's almost certainly scoped up on this position as well. It is just the bait from NiKo to try and force the peak. And if you're G2, you kind of have an idea as to what's going on here, right? You know that there's probably a man watching from the pit. Jax might not even get away with this AWP. He is trapped, and NiKo.
Oh, no.
2 HP versus 3 HP. Who wins? Jax needs some assistance, and oh, dear.
No.
There we go. They do manage to get rid of NiKo. Jax falls with the bomb, and that is devastating for G2. That double AWP could have meant all the difference here. There's still money to invest, but time is running out for the G2 squad if they want to get this done in 2 and stop us from heading all 3 maps.
That was a mess, honestly, but what a great round to watch. Brokey just stays alive on long, and him just being in the pit the entire round wins the round for Faze. He doesn't need to move. He plays that post plant, and they never even come for it. They couldn't get up the ramp. I would have loved to see G2 go for that, really, but I understand why they didn't. 2-on-2, though, a close chance. Considering Faze have a 5-round lead now as a result, G2 are not left with a lot of opportunities to stay in their map pick. Train is looking more likely than ever. Their 3rd US Air Force tactical timeout. And their last rifle round before they are broken once again. How many AWPs is the question? Well, they only got away with 1 in the previous. AhvMh's money isn't pretty, but I wonder if there's a gun dropped over. No, he's going to buy up an M4. So it's fine for G2. It's not perfect, though. And no kits as well. Another factor is we haven't seen B from Faze. Wow, that's a fast shot. They have been avoiding that site. So, you know, if it does come down to that, G2 are not going to have the kits, and they will have to save.
That's all assuming Mr. Hunter can't hold the site. So far, it's Rain clearing out long A, eradicating Jax. 3v5 already. That bomb site has fallen, and it's going to be Kenny S. It's just trying to get a pick as they cross. It could cost some damage. That would go a long way.
Lining up the cross smokes, though. G2 on a save here. They've realized that this is not going to be an A play, or not going to be a B play, rather. So they're just holding onto their guns in case any lurkers come towards this position. That will not be the case. Faze are fully committed. 5 players up and about long towards the A site. On plant will guarantee 14, and G2, just another save, another rifle round that will go amiss.
Yeah, and it's another round where for the majority of G2, it feels like they barely even get a chance to play it, right? They don't even really get to see what this round would have had in store. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe we even see a bit more of a fight taken by the G2 squad early on coming into this next round, just so, you know, you actually get to have a chance to have these AWPs firing off, these weapons that you've been holding on to time and time again. Because right now, something's got to give for G2. Or else Faze are just going to walk all over them here in this second map. 14-8 now, 2 away from taking us the distance.
We're going for the distance, But are we going for speed here? Is this where Faze turn it up just a little bit? They crank it up a notch, hit the NOS. Take us at a furious pace into the bomb site, 14-8. Real chance to shut the door, but the weapons are back out for G2, Harry, and you look at it, you see the AWP in Kenny's hands, and you wonder, is this the round he's going to pop off? Do they have an answer for what Coldzera did a few rounds back with Deagle? Looks of it, it's going to be the long play. Full-on long commitment. This is going to be a skirmish if I've seen one. Meanwhile, 3 members of Faze working their way up catwalk. Just Rain stuck out here. Finds one on a Hunter. That one's going to sting. And so is that one onto Olaf as Kenny S rings out of the round and saves the Rain keeping them honest here at long, though.
Oh, great call from Faze. Rain gets a double, and they just back out. They know there's more players on A, and the G2 are likely out of the B site right now. That's a correct call. Darting back in is AmaNEk, trying to regain the control of position. He's got the B site for now. Nico hasn't got middle, though. AmaNEk tucked. They might not expect him this deep. He should have been out of the site. Faze made the right read, but they're taking their time on the entry. Kenny coming through the Molotov, and he finds a kill with 15 points of health. The trade is not there. Nex is inside as well, and AmaNEk hasn't even been seen. He is not needed. Rain, a Molotov at his feet. That will signal disaster for Faze.
Yeah, now they know he's here. They heard the tag. You know that AmaNEk's ears pricked up the moment that came through. Rain, all that's left to do is die, and Kenny will grant him the pleasure. 3 kills from the AWP on G2's side. And it was that decision to just try and force those gunfights early. I like that from G2. They win them out. They take control of the round. And that kill from Kenny, where he barrels through the Molotov over in the window, is just massive. That completely changes the flow of this round, right? Getting that kill onto Brokey leaves just one man to try and take the B site. And, you know, at which point it's easy for AmaNEk and co to mop on up. 14-9, G2 trying to get back into this one. Faze calling in a US Air Force tactical timeout here. Want to try and stop the Frenchman from building this scoreline up any further. They don't want this to go the way of Nuke.
The U.S. Air Force tactical timeout is almost coming to a close. Good impact all around from the side of Faze. After losing the first map 16-14, this almost certainly puts us over into the train yards for a decider.
Yeah, what even are map picks anyway at this point?
You're right.
14-9, Faze furious on this T side and fast as they creep and crawl down the catwalk towards A. There's only one man inside of the site right now. That is Kenny. And I say one man, he brings the power of many men. They're going to duck below his AWP though. And this will be a bit of a surprising peak. Kenny should still be fast enough to hit the shot, but the timing falls off. They might hear those footsteps, but no capitalization. Smoke down, he spots the contact. Now he knows. Now he's ready. Shot hit. Going in for a second. He's found it. Kenny anymore. He's got them all. Bomb dropped, and the round might just be done here for Faze. Couple more players coming out from long, and G2 have those fights well and truly locked under.
And that's a round the G2 need right there. Just Brokey with that AWP, and he's got to save. 1v5 with a minute left on the clock. What doing?
Run.
Well, Kenny was down bottom of the board alongside AmaNEk for G2. He had 11 kills to his name in round 22. Now he sits topping the charts for the G2 squad. 17-14. That's 6 kills in these last 2 rounds. So back-to-back 3Ks. Brokey looking to hold on to the AWP, but you can already see G2 do not want to let him get away with it. They are closing in on every avenue right now. And Hunter, needless to say, will be the man to do it. G2, 10-14, not out of the fight just yet. And an eco coming up for FaZe Clan. G2, they could be starting to get back into the swing of things here. Is it going to be the case of too little, too late, though? Is the switch around? Is the switcheroo going to happen once again?
One more, Kenny. Yep.
Bang him out.
I suppose you could do that, Hugo. But what will FaZe do in this round? They sit just 2 rounds away from pushing that 3rd map. G2 are crawling back in. And with just Glocks, you got one Deagle over there on cold. Where are they going to try to take their fights? Rain already out middle. Late round, if he's able to go undetected, could cause a problem even with a Glock. Yeah.
Thanks to nose. Uh-oh, bye-bye.
Boom.
Just shoot the corner, you kill him. He definitely knows, right? He definitely knows, and yeah, he's gonna make a move. Won't work out. Existence still alive and kicking in this round as FaZe sit around a T-spawn discussing the follow-up rifle.
Existence. Right?
I mean, you said it, not me.
Maniac seems to think that's pretty accurate. It's pretty funny, so I figured for Maniac I'd do it just once. Either way, they are mulling over what they're going to be doing in the next round. You can tell.
Ooh, close. Don't trust Cold with the Deagle anymore. Not after that round. Anything is possible.
Truth is out there. 14-11. Just formalities at this point, barring some kind of disaster for G2.
Your turn, Brokey. Do what Cold couldn't. He wants a bait, though. Yeah, he wants someone to jump across. I like that. Peek off the back of the run boost. He's so ready. He's on the angle. Oh, Kenny dodges, though. Gets out. Oh, not far, though. Now it's on Nexa. Got to hold on to this AWP. 18 seconds. They're going to try and pick up the gun, and all they pick up is bullets to the face. Nexa with 3 gets the AWP, and G2 shut down the eco.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is still taking back-to-back multi-kills for G2 to get to this point in time. However, I think on an individual level, that's fantastic, because that's where it felt like G2 were coming up short in this a hell of a lot of time. You know, we didn't have a Cold Zera Deagle man on this team just yet, up until a matter of rounds ago. And now the heroes are starting to emerge. It's Kenny and it's Nexa bringing up the front for G2, catching on FaZe Clan. Investment back in from FaZe. This time over towards the catwalk they go. Kenny with the AWP in hand. This time hoping for a bit of a better time over here at short. They are already up. And he is not going to be ready for this. Rain completely blindsides him there. Kenny not expecting people to be down the catwalk so quickly. FaZe have tended toward these very, very slow rounds time and time again. And this is not the case here in round 26. This could be map point now for FaZe.
Or it might not be. Cole gets spammed, and that will be heard. Amanek has dropped Olaf in the meantime, and G2 is certainly going to give this a look. They do not want to throw away a win here and now. Brokey versus Hunter. Krieg versus AK, and Brokey's on the spot. Oh, the shot missed, but he recovers well. Nico dropping Nexa in the back line. This might just be a done round after all. Jackson has to kill the lurker, or at least try to. It fails, and Amnek's being hunted by Brokey, running through with the Glock out. Rain comes off a catwalk and secures the AWP. We'll swap it back. They've already got one. 15 rounds for FaZe. Money is not a problem, and G2 in quite a problematic position. 4 rounds needed if they want overtime. 14 kills in 8 rounds for Kenny S. What a recovery. But it might be all in vain.
Yeah, double AWP reinvested into from G2. They still had cash aplenty. Ooh, crossing mid in a round like this for G2 is horrible. No one wants to be the guy to get tagged for crossing. They try and assemble this boost for catwalk. And it is enough to net them that opening kill. G2 sit a man up right now. Kenny goes aggressive over towards longside and spots that Cold was there. That's a bit more information gained here for G2. FaZe maybe trying to play around that as they rotate this bomb away from long into the top of mid. They still have lower tunnels control. That's provided courtesy of Olofmeister. So the option to hit B still very much available to FaZe, and that might be the decision. They move away from catwalk. Down into the bottom of mid they go.
There's the flash and out FaZe move with the smokes on either side. It defends them from a window AWP. That is not the case though for G2. They're playing entrenched inside of the site. Waiting for the push. Nexa pushes, he forces the fight, and he will go down to Nico watching the smoke. Amanek blinded inside of it. They surely will see him, and he is going to get taken down as well. Another entry for Brokey, clears up the B site, and surely G2, I mean, this is done, right? 2 on 4, they can give it a go. They have to. They can't save against Matt Point, but it is such a hard retake.
Yeah, Cold's position makes it even harder, right? Kenny already has a lot of angles to worry about. There's a chance for a door peek. There's a chance for a window peek. And there just already might be a man here. Tags Cole, but is able to finish it the second time around. Cole gets dropped, but the time is ticking away. That Molotov, Nico gets one before he burns in the flames, and Brokey is there to solidify the win for FaZe Clan. We're heading to all three. We are going the
MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ5hJiBX12YBJbhjfLTs, keeping the advantage in the favor of G2, but it is a fake as the bomb goes towards inner. Hunter could win this entire round here and now.
Oh, yeah, no love between cousins there. Hunter just dispatches of NiKo. And we'll finish this round off by doing the same to coldzera. Pistol round locked on in there over on the G2 side.
I'm hearing typing here, and I'm sure that's coming through from NiKo. Rush, of course, if there's anything interesting.
I'll look down in there. They are talking to each other. However, I can't say it. It's a language I do not understand. Serbian, I suppose.
Well, come on, man. Get out the translate. Let's see what's going on. I know you got the deep.
I don't want to say it just in case there's anything not safe for broadcast, to be honest.
Maybe you try to sound the words out, and then we'll have somebody else.
Well, I had to close it. I got to look at my map now. The game is coming in.
All right,
we'll see. Focus. NiKo.
Rush just ghosted you.
Rush is business only.
My goodness, just wanted a sideline report. But you know what? Whatever. Here we are. NiKo has responded in this round. Erased last.
Oh, dear.
And look at this. The turnaround from FaZe Clan. So far, it's gone extremely well for them.
Surely they can't do it in a round where they haven't even invested again. Like this time, you know, when they did it back on Nuke, it was at least with Deagles. Here, they've only got Glocks, and even though they lose NiKo alone over on the A side, he was alone. Nexus should have the mop-up, should have the mow-down. Oh, and he kind of does. He gets himself 2 before Olof is able to get that trade. And those 2 kills for Olof actually make a world of difference. It opens up the potential to have an AWP with armor behind it here for FaZe in this round. That wouldn't have happened if he didn't get those 2 kills there. Crucially, one of them coming off of the SMG to allow that purchase to come in.
Yeah, and that SMG gifted thanks to NiKo, who ran out T-Con and killed Jackson the Pop Dog. It's just a very weird round there for FaZe, but they'll take what they can get, and they'll get an AWP out of it. Let's see what this can do as Brokey is given that weapon. Rain going towards T-Con, but he's been mollied off. G2 getting in the standard utility, even double nades late to deny presence for FaZe. That's a nice shot. MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ doesn't know it, but he's just painted up NiKo. Put his blood all over the wall. Boost up for Olof. Even the flash is avoided. Very aware. Kenny getting tagged in the meantime towards inner. That was a player just coming in on the cross to spot. I think it was cold. MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ looking to finish off the job here with a scout, but there's 3 players here. And he will have to forego for now.
Sort of a scattering maneuver over here for the side of G2 as they try to rally around the idea that Ivy is compromised, playing in different positions. And that's going to be one that's going to prove to be beneficial there for MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ. Finds NiKo, takes him out of the round.
Should have seen the bomb.
Might have, actually. And that actually is going to cost him. He has to go back through old bomb. Brokey with 8 LEP that was dropped for him. Via olofmeister, gives us into a 3v4.
Yeah, Kenny's in a great position right now, coming in from old bomb. FaZe have got to cross past him to get to the site, and he is in an unorthodox position, holding tight with the AWP, and a quick on the trigger as we know him to be. There's the first shot. AWP for Brokey, looking for anything here, and Hunter's just going to take it out of the round. That's a second AWP if they pick it up, and they do. G2 now even better armed in round number 4. FaZe down 0-3.
That's the thing, you know, we've already seen FaZe falter here on train to mousesports just the other day. G2, I absolutely loved them on this map. You know, I think Nuke and Train are 2 stellar maps to watch this majority French squad playing on. And FaZe, you know, I think they've got their work cut out for them, but it would be that much more to their credit if they are able to overcome this. As a result, NiKo, jeez, give him a break. MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ just gets removed from the server. Any more, NiKo? Come on. Got the homing bullets loaded in this Deagle. Oh, sees the shadow, and Hunter gets deleted as well. Okay, I think we just stay away from the Deagle for the time being over on the G2 side. Oh dear, NiKo with 2, and now this B play looking to come in. 3 players out through upper, armed with Deags, armed with pistols. Nexus just set up for the retake, and he gets Deagged as well. Apparently, FaZe only need Deagles to take a round win. Kenny and Jax 2-on-5. They probably don't even want to go for this at all, like in any capacity, because they don't want to risk giving any of these weapons over, and that's what might end up happening if they're not careful. Kenny still alive for the time being, but only briefly, and that's the AWP finding its way into Brokey's hands, rather. NiKo wanted 3, wanted the magic number, and there they are, all headshots, despite Jax being on just 2 points of health. Faze gonna get that first round locked in. And NiKo's deagle is disgusting. Didn't want coldzera to steal his limelight.
No, everyone can do it here for Faze, so a great example of well, how they get it done. I've got great news as well, guys. Counter-Strike, or at least Global Offensive, currently has 1,123,000 people playing it right now, breaking the record again. We break a lot of records here on the ESL Pro League, but not just viewing ones, playing ones as well. This game lives on.
Certainly
It
does.
Just live on, it thrives, man.
Yeah.
This is better than ever right now to be a CS fan.
We haven't even begun to peak.
We're only halfway there. Pistols in the hands of G2.
Is that you saying guaranteed 2 million players by next year, Trace?
What I'm saying is, we're going to the top of the mountain.
I'm looking for the
Okay.
big 2 billion. I'm waiting for us to
2
hit
billion
that.
players now.
Yeah.
That's several cheaters in matchmaking, guaranteed. That's all right. That's why you don't have cheaters on ESEA's client. And I'm pretty sure it's free right now. Play.esea.net. Give them a check if you want to play on 128 ticks. If you want to have all the ticks. That's, as it was explained to me earlier in the car, that's basically 2 matchmake games at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Rush loves 128 tick servers. He actually can't play on matchmaking servers. He says that it's just too clunky, it's too dumpy.
Well, he never plays with us, so I guess.
No, not just that, right? It's free to play off placements, and so you know that's how you get your little rank over on ESEA.
Oh,
for the very, very least, right? I think it's worth heading over there and just seeing how well you fare. You know what rank you do get put in at.
And if it's not A+, don't talk to me.
Are you A+, Hugo?
No,
Oh, all right.
I'm rank S, Trace.
Oh. Well, this is a rank S maneuver here from Kenny S. Almanac Nexa joining him on what is a T connector push. A lot of info here, but it doesn't really matter, I guess. No one's saving over there. This round is Dundada.
You don't often see 10 alive at the end of the round.
Not every day, not always the case.
But Faze, hey, they'll take that. Definitely getting the benefit in that one. I think G2 probably expected, you know, SMGs maybe to farm up money, and they didn't want to give that money away. Because honestly, I don't see any other reason why you shouldn't at least go for it. Because for G2, you know, all they're giving away is the kill bonus. They have minimal pistols anyway. And what they're gaining is economical damage that will play in the long term. You know, round 15, the kills that G2 get in round 5 still hold weight because it's forced Faze to rebuy. But G2, they save the pistols, they buy armor around it, they have a little bit more to play with in this eco and a chance to find their 4th here. But Faze, look at the pace, they want to bring the heat to the yard.
Yeah, they're not giving any chance for G2 to set up for something strange right here. NiKo checking old bomb, and the bomb will be planted. Hominic, Jackson, Hunter. Say that, NiKo continues on the tear that he's on. Can he grab the 1 bullet there towards old bomb? And Ominic, no, Ominic wises up. Bails out with his deagle. Another round for the Faze clan.
If Hunter doesn't move, he should get a kill out of this. Rain's been holding for the push, and I don't think he's aware that someone could have got this close. As far as he knows, he's been holding this corner this entire time, and no one could have gotten to this position.
But Rain is thorough. Not that thorough.
Yeah, not thorough enough, apparently. Brokey on the angle, does mop it up, does get it back under control. A deagle's held onto by Amanek, and a 3rd round on the board now for FaZe Clan, tying this up at 3-3 nice and early on. Investments coming back in from G2 in this round here and now. AWP featured. We just saw that purchased up as we cut to this replay of NiKo. Unsurprisingly, this man just doing NiKo things up against the pistols, not letting the Deegs do any damage. And a double AWP investment for G2. Amanek and Kenny going to be donning them, unsurprisingly. And this AWP on Brokey's back is going to head down towards Ivy early on. Amanek is here, so we might get to see the standoff of these AWPs sooner than anticipated.
We'll give it another 15 seconds at least. Well, that smoke comes down, Faze wait behind it. Double grenades do a good bit of damage, and Olof, he goes through the smoke as the nades land. Aminek tries to peer back into the angle, and he loses his life. Now Faze have an opportunity to wrap CT. Smoke on the right side gives them a pathway behind enemy lines, and you can see Nexus coming back to try and deal with it. Kenny looking to drop the bomb, he might find it, looking a bit too high up, and he'll flick down, taking cold. Rain's still following up in that position. Nexus got a kill in the back line as we speak, but he will get overwhelmed by the P250. 3-on-3, and this is a mess.
Yeah, G2 are just holding on right now. Faze found their way all the way to CT spawn, and it's going to be the battle in the fire. Jax comes out on top. Meanwhile, Rain has plans of his own, gets dinked on his way to plant the bomb. brokey pushed way up in the yard. That makes things a little bit different here of an outcome. It's just Hunter, 1 versus 2. brokey very low. Rain just about at half HP. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. For Hunter, the pace just got turned up a little bit. brokey falls to the AK. He taps the bomb. Looks for the second kill, and he finds it onto Rain. It's going to be an easy defuse and a recovery of the AWP. So G2 are going to have that going in the next round. That's going to go back in the hands of Kenny. An interesting play by Olof in that round. The way that he gets through Ivy there, that really does give a little bit of space. That is the idea of creating it, at least.
Yeah, it's a standard setup. Faze go 3 Ivy. They have the bomb in box halls to try and split B. The intention is to come in through CT there. So all really goes to plan for Faze. Kenny creates some complications by getting that kill on cold in the halls. But luckily enough, Rain is able to get down on the site, get the plant open for his team. Still not enough as G2 find the retake. Hunter coming in with a big old 1-on-2. And he's 9-2 right now. Strong start to this map. Long may it continue, but Faze again going fast towards the yard.
Yeah, and it's just chaos inside of the site. Smokes everywhere. Nico gonna go to molly out the stopper. Double, triple molly down to deny a peek. And he tries to force the fight into the site, but that'll be him. Bid goodnight. coldzera now with the bomb pushing up close. He gets turned to toast. It's Olofmeister all alone, and no one's throwing him a bone. G2 5-3 as they get that round locked on in.
You're a poet and you just didn't know it, Harry.
Apparently so, Trace. As is the way of the world sometimes.
Your world.
Yeah, that's true.
When's the mixtape out, Harry?
Oh, I've been saving that one for the EPL mixtape review.
Good grief.
Oh yeah, we're not actually doing that.
We are doing the EPL meme review, though, and I'd say that there's probably a couple that you could cash in on. Who knows? Maybe we can work out something where like good memes are rewarded via prizes, but you'll have to go talk to some people about that.
Yeah.
And really and truly, none of you should worry about that because your memes, well, they haven't really broke the plane. Sort of like Omnic breaking the plane right there with his AWP scope. However, not quick enough on the draw to pull out the frag.
If you do think your memes are good though, Trace, where should you send them to? If you think you got some great Counter-Strike content, something that'll make us giggle.
What is it?
Hashtag?
Brian.hugo@gmail or?
I mean, I'm glad you didn't give out my actual email. That's nice.
I don't know what it is, so you're in luck. But either way, yes. Hashtag EPL MEME. That's EPL Meme Review. Just to upset all you meme users at home. Speaking of being upset, 2 players here for FaZe Clan working through Ivy. Now, who will be saddened first? Who's going to be taken out of this round?
Faze going back to the Ivy take, but it's a left side smoke on this one. That leaves Hunter in a precarious position. He's having a great game though, and if there was any man to hit this shot, well, Nico, he's not going to clear his cousin. He's not going to clear the corner, and he will pay the price. A bullet to his face. Hunter's doubled up. He's 14-2, and he's making it look easy. Eventually dropped by the AWP, holding down Olof, and now brokey and Cold have got to pull this back from the clutches of defeat. 4 health on Cold as the AWP tags him as well. Certainly doesn't make this easy, but a missed shot from Aminek has given a chance back to FaZe. 15 seconds, so that bomb plant needs to happen now.
Blinder of a shot hit by coldzera. Nade could deny it. Comes in just a second too late. And that would have been round 1 there for G2. Did that nade find its footing? Now the hopes and dreams of FaZe in this round lie on the back of brokey and his big green gun, pushing on up to try and clear the man back at Old Bomb, and Kenny does offer up the kill, tapping the bomb, not just tapping it, it's sticking it. brokey up on top of the ladder, now knows he's up and in with the repeat. brokey with 3, Cole with 2, and a 4th round on the board for FaZe. Lots of numbers here heading into round number 10. And one place that we do see some numbers as well is those bank accounts over on the G2 side. They can still invest here. They can still have an AWP in play.
Talking of numbers, though, 2-on-4 for FaZe Clan. They've been so good in these disadvantageous positions, pulling them back across this entire series. It's not been their first, and I doubt it'll be their last. Hunter, he puts a nice couple of kills down Ivy, and if he can keep this performance up, G2 are going to be in a very good position.
Coincidentally, it's the key word right there for you to pay attention to. As this U.S. Air Force tactical timeout closes, FaZe Clan on the drawing board. They string together some T-sided rounds here before flipping over to the CT side of Train. Hunter has other plans, 14-3. The closest one to him over on FaZe is Brokey at 8-5. He's been wielding the AWP. And they're off.
Racehorses out the gates and towards the B site.
Better catch him, put him back inside the fence.
I'll get my lasso.
Look at this. FaZe going to try to throw an idea that there's utility towards the outside. They have broken the windows for the option to come back. Nico with a connector smoke. That is a lovely smoke. It almost solidifies that it's going to be the interplay. Nexa real close. Does have the Mag 7. It's about to get weird.
Oh, dear.
It only has one.
If you have the auto there, you get 4 kills.
It's true. Big chug. 4v2, Nico and Olaf. They have gotten the bomb down, so that's half the problem.
Oh, no.
And all it takes is a little bit of a peek from Jax.
Yeah.
Olaf, Nico fall. We see another round for G2.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Olaf. He was spotting that position. He thought he'd cleared it, but Jax just tucked himself in. Not spotted, and blindsides both the players inside of the bomb site to solidify that 6th round for G2. Money now becomes a bit of a touchy subject for the FaZe Clan side. They're not looking too great, so this can be G2's chance to try and springboard themselves into the lead and start to... Oh, jeez. Or Jax, rather. Nice little double down towards ramp from him, and a double from Kenny as well. It's double trouble. AWP's out over here on the CT side in full force once again, as we've come to expect. Amanek and Kenny donning those, and in this round with just pistols, FaZe looking to go for a B play. It's been good to at least get the bomb plant for them thus far, and that's pretty much all they're hoping for in this round. Nexa, oh my good lord, he gets tagged, doesn't even peek, and is brought down to 7 points of health. That has actually forced an extra man around in the form of Hunter toward this B site.
Well, the low HP AWP does mean the pistols are going to be a little more viable in this round. Not AWP, rather, rifle Nexa as he waits for the drop, not peeking up. But this is a good position because he's going to catch players who are in the air and therefore not able to, fire back onto him. Gets flashed off though, goes back in as they're already on the site. Noino's getting close, he's got to take the fight. Rain finds him. Cold's followed up onto Hunter and the AWP on rotation. 2 of them here for G2 to keep the round intact. Is it going to be another pistol win for FaZe? G2 can't afford to be throwing away these rounds on the inner bomb site, and FaZe have tucked down, no longer taking fights, no longer giving away back in. They want G2 to come to them.
Yeah, Jax trying to test the waters, and right now it is filled with the blood of his enemies. Olaf coming in on the back though, tries to get this back under control. It's Rain left in the clutch, but not impossible. Still mopped up by Jax with 4, and with both these players low, there was definitely a chance for Rain there. Obviously, only armed with the pistol, no armor. That's still a very good round from FaZe Clan, but well contained by Jax as he holds his own in what could have been a FaZe Clan eco win once again. I mean, just look at this. He's getting peeked from everywhere. His head's on a swivel, and he's able to get the job done. These are the 2 players that we wanted to see stepping up, and now, like, the added bonus is Hunter, who seems like he always has a great time here on Train. He's topping the charts for the G2 squad. Fast main play from FaZe, at least for Rain. He's put to bed, though, by Kenny, who now gets up on top of the Train. Brokey was boosted. looking for something, but nothing's going to offer itself up.
Kenny getting into the con boost. This position is so good for an off angle towards connector. Gives you a nice line of sight, as you can see. But FaZe are not interested in A right now. They're holding off, waiting to throw these smokes from spawn. Nico moving in. Dangerous cross. Every angle unchecked and uncleared by FaZe right now. G2 could be anywhere, and they are everywhere. 3 players on this A site, though. Still running a double inner despite no pressure being put there by FaZe Clan. Cold's going to be coming down the pop dog as well to join in with these smokes. We typically see Nico run through this position, and Nico running right down the middle, getting that entry, will get traded. Kenny pushed back down to 20 health, and Brokey finds a kill with the AWP. The plant has been found by FaZe, and now they can fall back into post plants.
They're creeping right in. Here's Kenny, about to go toe-to-toe with Olaf, already low on HP, so all it takes is a couple bullets there from the Krieg. Or even just one. MAhvMh7zeuwoKCDZ5hJiBX12YBJbhjfLTs and Nexa. Probably going to go ahead and back out and save at this point, at this crossroads decision-making. We hear some typing coming out. I can only imagine it might be a timeout for the side of G2, but that's all purely speculative, of course.
I can give you some updates if you want.
That's Rushley. Here he is. What do you got for us, Rush?
So Nico said HP after me, Kenny, question mark. Kenny said 31. Nico said TY.
Wow.
There you go.
Breaking stuff right there.
Crazy.
Pretty exciting stuff, right?
So back to I guess that Serbian translation. What are you thinking?
Oh, I'm not doing it. I mean, it doesn't look like bad words, but you don't really know.
There's only one way to know.
I'll send you the logs, all right? You can tweet it out. If it's bad, then we'll see, okay?
We'll see what happens. I don't want to get involved in any sort of drama, Mr. Leahy, but thank you so much.
We got a big round coming in there, boys. Give him hell. Nico's going to do some stuff. I feel it.
Well, let's take a look.
Let's see. Rush has made his prediction. He is best Nico, or blessed Nico, as Nico bests Kenny over towards outside. Man advantage now taken by FaZe in force. Rain offers himself up, though, next on the chopping block, and that's Jax to go ahead and keep things even in this 4-on-4. FaZe likely just going to pump the brakes a bit now. Wait and see what exactly transpires from this CT side. Jax pushing into the connector. Should catch Cold, and he does, as Cold tries to juke him on the ladder. That does not go his way. Man down now for FaZe. 3 players stacked over towards the B bomb site. G2, they've read this situation very, very well on the back of what they've seen thus far. And for FaZe, they could be walking into a 3-on-3. In Counter-Strike, you do not want to take these even odds. You want things to be as one-sided as humanly possible. And thankfully, MAhvMh going to rotate away. Still over in CT, so it's going to be here very, very quickly. And that means these 2 B-site players only have to buy but a moments of time for these reinforcements to come in.
There's so much utility for FaZe. They have set mollies they can throw towards the back of bomb. They have smokes to cut off lines of sight from backtracks, and they're going to use all of them. Saving the mollies for the post plant is a good idea. Alternatively, Olaf will throw his out, but Brokey remains up in the hall. Gone, and Olaf is going to follow him. Brokey comes down late, but it is too late to the party. G2 already blown out the birthday candles, and 8 rounds on the CT side will hurt the money of FaZe. This is where G2 can really start to run away with a half, maybe even 10-5 things now, as FaZe have lost a crucial rifle round with no bomb plant either on that B site. Like you said, walking into an even fight isn't, the best. FaZe walk into a 3-on-2 and they still don't get out alive. Oh.
Oh, playing a little bit of hot potato in spawn.
P2 fiddies.
The one I personally like to play, Pocket Glock.
What's that?
Where you toss your Glock back and forth. You also have the cricket strat, where you just click your crickets on your Glock the entire time.
Yeah, we call it the rattlesnake. That's a good one, though.
Yeah, works. 100% of the time, it works about 50% of the time. So
those are good odds. GGBet might hook you up.
They might. Speaking of birthday presents, not only was it Harry's birthday almost a week ago, Are about to be treated to something
ago.
right here. Look at Rain. He's got all the way, and should he have just had a bit of timing on his side, he might have gotten a drop and kill there on the Jack. Speaking of drop, it's going to be that Faze clan into this B site. And next is going to be there to clean them up. No man's land. We look at the last round of the half. 9-5 G2 currently looking to make it 10.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because it feels like Rain is having a really tough time right now over here on this T side. You know, he was the man taking these opening duels a hell of a lot back on Dust 2, and to mix results, he was 5 and 6 back there on that map in opening duels. Still providing a lot for the team. Here on Train, he's currently 2 and 4. Or 2 and 5 rather, after that death in the previous round. And so that's representing a bit of a problem for FaZe. You know, while they've looked good in these 4-on-5s, it's certainly not where you want to find yourself any day of the week. Hunter going aggressive over towards main in this round, trying to make a bit of a statement perhaps, as he looks to steal this away. Jax versus coldzera, AK versus Galil. And needless to say, it's the AK to come out trumps. Rain wanted to get that trade, and that would have been a pretty crucial one to get. The Molly should be able to secure it as he forces the fight out into the open. And there it is. Rain delivers. Olof going to shut down Hunter on his aggressive main play. And now MAhvMh hidden in the sandwich. But it's not bread he's stuck between. It's a rock and a hard place right now. They run by him. Nobody's checked for MAhvMh, and this allows him to be dastardly in the back line. However, Rain should have this kill dead to rights. It's Olof actually to get it. Kenny comes swinging on in with that AWP, does remove one. Rain's up in heaven, gets caught dropping into the back line of Nexa, and it's just Olof left. This round gets shut down, and G2, they take the first half 10-5, storming fashion from the G2 squad. FaZe have a lot to try and answer back for in this second half. Can they get it done, or will G2 take this series? Join us after a quick break to find out.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive,
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I do what I wanna be.
Hunter with a laugh to remember right here. So he's running around right now, currently 17-7 in what turned out to be a 10-5 half for G2. Some real sweaty rounds, though. You can't dismiss that. Or the fact that the French are looking to close this series out here on this third map of Train. We've seen Dust, we've seen Nuke, and now we're going to see who wins this one following the conclusion of this half. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. And again, let me remind you that the GG.bet odds are currently favoring G2, so they have flipped. But again, not massive margins. Let's see how this pistol round breaks down. Perhaps they can shift a little more, if that's how those things work.
Well, we had the comebacks of Rain and Nico over in Dust 2. Rain and Cold have fallen silent in this one. 5 and 3 kills respectively. Hoping for a bit of a recovery on the CT side. But it will be towards Inner, where G2 seem to make their play. Next with a smoke flash, not a lot of utility, so a standard execute into this site. Olof is holding passive, Brokey the same. Olof even has a nade to throw in as they're planting the bomb, potentially, or really any point that he deems necessary. Boost up spots nothing for G2, so just the smoke down ramp and flash in. It's going to be a con smoke instead for Nexa. Cuts off the rotate of Nico, but in a pistol round, you know those Glocks aren't going to be able to hold you in, so if you see a con smoke, you're more likely just to dive through it on the CT side. Here comes a nade from Olof as they drop on down the ramp,
Boom.
and G2 are in the B site.
Big grenade there. MAhvMh and Jax taking the brunt of it. Hunter, however, taking the head off of Rain. You can back up with Olaf, but they're going to be able to get this bomb down, and then they're going to have to defend it. 4 members alive on the side of Faze. This has gone pretty quick here. Just Kenny S, he's got nowhere to hide, nothing to do. Nico getting it done. Driving a pistol round for Faze, and we're going to see them crawl it on back.
Yeah, those are some incredible shots by Nico. He climbs up the ladder. He comes through that con smoke firstly, climbs up the ladder, and then one-taps a player down on ramp. Dear, oh dear. Finds 3 in the round, and Faze get the retake, starting things off on the CT side, starting the recovery here in the second half. Look at this. Bam.
Bam. Pow. Bang, bang.
One more.
Pow. It's like Batman, you know, once upon a time.
Batman still exists, Trace. Sorry to break it to you, man.
Well, not that kind of Batman. Anywho, like a fine sliced cheese. We're going to see what G2 can come back into this round with.
Yeah,
You
exactly like a fine sliced cheese. Let's see what kind of cheese it ends up being, though, because FaZe Clan are looking to fill it with holes, so it might be a bit more Swiss than cheddar. Nexa over here towards the top of ramp. Does spot the man playing close. Important to note, this is the force buy from G2. Will the results be what they want? Right now, things are looking gooder, but main control taken by FaZe Clan. Gives them a bit of information to work with as to how this round might shape out. And that's why we see an early rotation from Nico over towards B on the back of these smokes that G2 start to throw in. Now Ivy control makes its presence known. That's where Nico comes in with a CT rotate from B. Oh dear, damage done. Kenny has to go back. He has to abandon this plan down towards Ivy. Trying to come in late, trying to cut off these rotations. Cold waiting on the other side of this smoke, and Cold wins that fight. Rain in with another. I did have to hiccup then.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to win that fight. That seemed like a fight we should be worried about. Either way, this is not a fromage. This is what's left here of G2. MAhvMh and Nexa really just have way too much on their plate. Wow. Charcuterie almost. Nexa's going to continue. 1v3. Cold Zera very low with no time. It's over, actually.
Boys, just in this little bit of lull, I did get a translation for you.
Oh, this should be interesting.
So what was said was in, let me check. It was in Bosnian, and this is from Anis. Hunter said, "Rotation, you need to watch," and then he laughed. And then Nico said, "Eat doo-doo." He didn't say doo-doo, but that's the summary.
What round was that? Was that the round Hunter walks out Ivy and headshots Nico close screen?
I would imagine so. It was a while ago now, so I'm not too sure. But there you go, boys.
Why are you
Thank
never
you so much,
rotation?
Rushley. We did need to know that. And moreover, it sounds like a little bit of a case of malding going on around here. However, in this round, G2 are going to set their eyes on the prize, the inside sight. Nexa with the only rifle for this team. They have 2 flashes, 1 Molotov. How will this pan out for them, Harry?
Well, Nexa is a man who's been pretty keen at working magic in rounds like this. And you'll see he passed the bomb back to one of these pistol players. That is the main goal in this round for G2. Brokey going to be trying to hold the upper rafters. He has to get on down. That AK making its presence known. And oh my goodness, look at how many G2 players come flooding out of those upper halls. Not a problem for Olof. In this flood, he has stood tall and risen above it all. Amanek 1v4. Ooh, does PT50 Brokey out of the equation, but he is trapped. And he will run to his demise. Rain to get the kill and solidify an 8th round for Faze. But as we were highlighting, the bomb plant was the main goal there for G2.
And they've done that at the cost of giving an 8th to Faze. I'm not saying we're going to overtime, but it's starting to feel like this one's going to become a lot closer than it has been up to this point. Of course, with Faze switching over to the CT side, kind of to be expected.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's the thing. Like, these first few rounds have already been close, and this has just been Faze trying to find the conversions. You know, I think if G2 can keep this up, they've already shown a hell of a lot in the 4-spy and even then in that pistol round. And look, I mean, you know, as a result of getting the bomb down, Nexa, okay, he's got a Galil. That's a little bit ugly, but it doesn't really matter. He's got full utility alongside it. Hunter, back to what he does best, this fast main play with a sandwich smoke. We see him do this all the time. If this is something that FaZe are not ready for, I will be thoroughly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, they throw the molly and they watch the demos, they know what's going on, double molly even, and Rain waits around the smoke, knowing Hunter could be waiting for the fade. Hunter behind Brown now, and Rain wants to get aggressive. That flash misses. Oh dear, Hunter still gets a kill. Nico's got to tap back. He does get one spraying for the bomb and almost a third. He perishes in the Molotov. Brokey takes a kill in the meantime, but Jax is finished off very easily. He was on 7. Hunter now got to do it all alone. 1 on 3. He's had an incredible game so far, but this would be monumental.
Yeah, many complex life forms here on the train yard have struggled to succeed in these harsh conditions that FaZe have been setting. But this apex predator, Hunter, on our screen always feels so at home here on this map. Smoke down over towards Ivy side. Spam goes through. Looks like he's going to try and play the timing game here to get on over to the other side. He's trying to isolate this fight onto coldzera, and he has managed to do that. Now down to the 1v2. Has no idea, though, as to where Olof or Brokey reside in this map right now. The AWP chimes out from Brokey. Now he knows where one of these players are. The decision to plant up on top of the train can come back to punish him, though. Oh, he just gets out. He gets out, and that could be their downfall. Now Hunter down to the 1v1, and Brokey has his number. Finally, the trade comes in, and the defuse found. FaZe are going to get that 9th round on the board, albeit by the skin of their teeth.
And what a wild ride the end of that round was right there. Olof not seeing him, just the timing, just not really going, I suppose, in either of their favor. But shout out there to Hunter. He gets it down to a 1-on-1 and a bomb plant.
Yeah, hurting the money, right? That's something that G2 have been doing already in this game, in this half, you know, getting closer rounds against FaZe. So, while it's not a win, it does at least, you know, have long-term effect. If they can eventually get this rifle round under their wing, it will be FaZe broken economically. Fast again for Hunter, straight out and about. The mollies are down, but he's already passed them. And, oh dear, Nico running right for it. That will not work out. Hunter was ready, and G2 are going to take the advantage in this one. Hunter's not done. Does he know there's a man inside of the pop dog?
Yeah, he's got to be very aware of inside the pop dog, and it's Rain. He's got the difficult task of keeping an eye on the ladder, as well as now this new threat of Hunter outside.
Yeah, and he's gone. That's the best part. They think he's outside right now. FaZe have 3 in the yard because they know Hunter's here, but he actually got back in through T-Con, threw a smoke, and went back towards spawn. He's killing rotations up pop. He just took Rain down above the ladder. So G2, I mean, they've just won this round off of that play alone from Hunter. FaZe conditioned to keep players in the outer sight. It was only a fake.
Yeah, I like to think that with Hunter practicing this sandwich smoke push and kind of feigning it in this round here, I wonder if it was kind of him testing the waters to see if that's something FaZe were ready for, because now it feels like G2 are trying to use that tendency against FaZe Clan, right? That round there, they pull Hunter back, they managed to get him away from outside, and as you mentioned, he cuts off the rotations coming up through the pop dog. And FaZe, they kept a lot of bodies towards outside just in case Hunter was still there floating around. So that round comes together brilliantly for G2, an 11-9 scoreline now. And this is where these first 4 rounds that FaZe are able to field, coming so close down to the wire, is going to start to hurt this CT side. They can invest here, they can salvage a buy, but they really are salvaging it, right? 2 FAMASes brought into play. Far from ideal. The AWP still maintained on Brokey. He was able to hold on to that, of course. But if they lose this, they've got no money. And so suddenly you're looking at what should be a 13-9 scoreline for G2. This round could decide a hell of a lot for FaZe on this 3rd and final map.
Oh, Jax goes out right side as well, so he's avoided the Olaf spam that came through from the rifle. And now, element of surprise, as NiKo certainly wasn't ready for the pace. Jax is up deep. Spots a second player in the smoke. I think he must have seen something because he spams it, seemingly aware. Cold playing behind it. And he's got to be very cautious. 2 players walking up Ivy as well. That smoke will fade in the next 10 seconds, so he hasn't got long to stay here, and he moves into the fight, dropping the bomb next to with the trade. But the info is there for FaZe. They know it's an outer hit, but knowing, unfortunately, is half the battle. The other half of the battle is the battle. And they don't have the players for that. They're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's 2 for Byron on the day.
Oh, Rain. He was spotted there along with Olaf, who was able to bail him out of danger. Nexa winning it yet another gunfight over here towards A. Creeping up close in Ivy, there is a man hidden behind this smoke. That's Brokey. Olaf's going to move in to join him, but with Olaf tagged down low, a lot of this round and the kind of fate of FaZe in it depends on Brokey offering up the goods. And there it is. The equalizer found onto Kenny. 30 seconds for G2. They've not been able to plant this bomb, and that's because Hunter has gone on a very long lurk. Olaf just arriving, but the shot misses. Brokey follows up, and this leaves it all onto Nexa. Has to finish what he started earlier on. Brokey believes this is going to be the B-side play, and I think with good reason. With Nexa disappearing over at the A bomb site and Hunter coming in on the wrap round, that's the decision he went for. It allows him to come in through connector. Nexa repositioning, going to try and play around this bomb and use it like a second man almost. He knows that Brokey has to tap it. Brokey has to defuse. He's the man on the clock. So as long as Nexa doesn't offer up this kill, he can just play for time.
A sticker.
Time's of the essence. Brokey not tapping it, not in the business of tapping. Oh, hang on, hang on. Maybe not. Oh dear. Nexa. Oh no!
The flash is perfect now. I don't know why he got off the defuse after a second, but hey, take it. Get back on it. Drop the flash at his feet. Nexa gets fully blinded, and that's a defuse coming in for FaZe in the one-on-one. Huge clutch for Brokey. Him, Olaf, and NiKo all around the same kill distribution. Not quite the same for Cold and Rain, but they're starting to pull things back and come into their own in this CT half. Will it be enough for FaZe as they take double digits, sitting 1 behind that of G2? Oh my. I thought it was a fast outer hit, but no. Just a utility thrown by G2 and a double back towards B with a solo setup. Olaf here alone. NiKo in the pop dog ready to flank if need be.
This one's coming down to the wire again, 11-10. G2 want to bounce back and grab this one, that's for sure. Looks like it's going to be the inside hit, or at least the selling of the inside hit. But already, you see FaZe Clan just pushed up enough. They had players there at ladder and Rain, and now the hit's going to come in the inside. Olaf and Brokey to answer the call.
It's a bit of an awkward spot for Broken. Him and Nico try and make the best out of a bad situation, but Kenny, delivers 3 quick kills in a matter of moments. Cold Zero now to try and turn things around up on the rafters, tagged in the dome, and Nexa finishes him off 12-10. And this is where, you know, these last few rounds being so close to Defuse coming down to the 1v1 in the round prior. Finally, albeit a little bit delayed, this FaZe Clan money draws to a close once again. And now that 13-10 scoreline feels like a reality here. Even in saying that, the loss bonus isn't there for FaZe. And you look at those bank accounts, there's not enough money to actually buy, even if they take the eco here. So this is actually a horrible spot to find yourself in if you're FaZe. You might have to force, because it's double eco anyway.
Tough times call for tough decisions. Decisions have been made to bring in this tactical timeout. Rightfully so.
Rough spot to be in, but gotta make do with what you got. FaZe have nothing. Could even just justify full forcing into this round because players, 3 of them below 2K. Not a good situation. So they will just buy in, not fully committing, saving a bit of money, but it's going to be a double eco. It should be a 14-10 for G2 if all things go to plan. And that has not gone to plan for FaZe, who looks to try and make it, at the very least, expensive.
Nice shot from Volterra to take down Jax. Hunter still on the case. The trades have come in appropriately, and Olaf finds himself trying to peek out of CT connector to no avail. 13 on the board.
And yeah, look, I mean, this is it. It's got to be another eco from FaZe. This should just be 14-10 before all is said and done, and that first buy gets, you know, first buy in a little while gets to come through for the FaZe Clan side. So G2, game is in their hands now, and in a very, very big way, because even when that investment comes in for FaZe, they still haven't got that kind of ability to sustain a loss. And so suddenly, you know, this game can all get decided in these final few rounds thanks to the money. Hunter doing what he does best, playing close to this sandwich smoke. And does dispatch of Rain now creeping into the back line over here toward Ivy. Should just be the mop-up anyway. We're not going to get too excited over anything Hunter does right now.
He has brought us a considerable amount of excitement in this map. Speaking of which, Nexa is going to drive full force, pedal to the metal out towards the Volt Bomb, and so far everything's gone right for G2. They put a 14th up, and just 2 rounds away from solidifying this series for themselves. Next coming up is Liquid Furia. If you are just joining us, make sure you don't go anywhere. After this, we are, I'm going to say 95% positive that a player from the winning team will come on and talk to us. And then after that, we'll be jumping into the next match.
And that is Liquid Furia. Furia's debut of the Pro League. And the side of things certainly look interesting.
That they do. Liquid facing a little bit of trouble there in the beginning. Not known to lose early on. They definitely did catch an L to Swole Patrol, and that's going to be a little bit of a dark mark.
But that's all for later on, because here and now we approach a real turning point, a real swing round in this game, and really it will decide whether it ends in like the next round or so, or if FaZe can keep on fighting. This is their chance to stay in the game. Double drop into Pop. Rain decides it's best to stop. Nico removed by Nexa, but Rain is there to at least keep it into a 4-on-4.
Still plenty of time to work with for G2. They're going to be able to collect the bomb, probably start to set their sights towards inside, where it's going to be Olaf waiting in upper.
Yeah, this is actually a huge play. If G2 don't clear out upper and just go down the low ramp and try and stick a plant, Olaf is going to be able to stop it. He's going to be able to stay alive, and there's no Molotov on the G2 side to flash out this position. So it's all coming down to either fighting him or, well, potentially losing this one. They're going to run the knife out. Olof hears it, and he gets aggressive. Early kill. Brokey dropping the bomb down ramp. Olof just needs to stay alive. His teammates are all over the site. They're all here to stop G2 from getting any further, and Olof just needs to make sure that he denies the plant if it comes through. Flash is good, and Olof gets a kill. Kenny running back up the ramp with the AWP, trying to get away from this one, trying to run, tuck tail as FaZe find 11. They saved the day. They saved their own lives in this matchup as well. As said, if G2 picked up that rifle round, FaZe would have been broke against 15. Luckily given a second chance. Good patience from Olof, though. A lot of players would just peek out and try and take that fight on the low ramp after they get the advantage, but he waits, not only for his team to drop another man and show presence out the connector, but even set up the flashbang to fight that man on the site. 3 more for FaZe to equal up with that of G2.
This is a cool investment from G2, though. They just throw MAC-10s into the mix. Everyone's invested, everyone has a weapon, and we've seen these SMGs do damage, especially towards this inner bomb site. And so they're just going to try and play a fast round, try and catch FaZe unaware. Olof tries to volley off his fallback, and he gets sandwiched between the MAC-10s. This allows G2 to be very, very fast and get in the face of FaZe Clan. Lots of damage being found, but not quite the kill. MAhvMh still floating around close over by connector. Represents a bit of a danger. That flash goes in, and he gets ahead of it, catches NiKo by surprise, and now finds himself over in CT spawn. FaZe, what do they even do? They're down a man, and it's keeping that way. Hunter's coming on a wrap of his own, and it's only Rain left. Not shut down just yet, but a 1v2 doesn't feel likely, and he knows it. He's going to back on out and try and play for overtime. 15-11. I love that decision from Nexa and the G2 side to go for the MAC-10s. They left themselves with plenty of money looking to the future. And it also gives them a great chance in this round, as we see there. You know, that kind of pace, that kind of aggression, you just can't do with the Kriegs or with the AKs.
I mean, that round had, I guess, a feel to it that you would see perhaps at the end of a boxing match, right? You hear the dinger go off, the bell go off for the last 10 seconds of the round. These guys just get out there and decide to slug it out. And they really go for it there. You can see just how far G2 pushes up inside of the yard. You've got Nexa running around with the MAC-10 doing, you know, his own work over there, getting it done. So 15 for G2, and this could be all she wrote, Hugo.
It could be done, and Dusty FaZe got to make something happen, and Hunter will make it easier for them, taking down his teammate, but finding Olof in the process. 2 men down. It keeps Hunter on 30. He should be on 31, maybe even 32, but the team kill holds him back. And FaZe now double in a setup just for a second. Brokey will quick rotate once they realize that no one has actually gotten out for the time being. Send this AWP back towards the outer yard. G2, that's where they look to end up as well. Everyone on the left side of this site, no one playing con side. So Jax has got to watch out. That's a great shot. He gets dinked by NiKo, but finding the kill into A. 2 players dinked here for G2. This is on a knife's edge.
Yeah, good flash from NiKo to allow Cole to capitalize and get himself a kill. Rain! Oh, the mop-up crew is in. And Kenny gets shut down as well. The round comes to a close. FaZe Clan are going to salvage a 12th. There's still time yet for FaZe. They need 3 more in a row if they want to take this one through to overtime. G2 with a bomb plant, with the round shaping up the way they have. They're still looking good. It's going to have the AWP on Kenny, rifles for everybody else. Rain starting to find his footing, you know, starting to rise back up through this scoreboard. He's had a couple of important kills in these last few rounds for FaZe. Even thinking back to things as simple as getting that trade kill over towards Pop Dog when that fight between Nexa and NiKo went down. And here in this round, he delivers 3 on the retake, so you could not be asking for more. Might have been quiet early on, but now he's looking to step up. Jax, fast pace, terrifying pace. He gets closer, then shot in the face. It's Brokey to remove him. Man advantage taken now for FaZe early on, and this fast-paced round is slowing right down for G2.
Look how close Coldzera is playing in Ivy. They are just on his tail with the bomb. He's not alone. NiKo could transition and help him out if they need it. Looks like we're going to be a little bit of switcheroo there, taking turns peeking on Ivy. That drop smoke does buy a little more time here for FaZe. Kenny S out at E-Box, getting a shot off as well. Just trying to come down the ladder would be Hunter. Good setup here from FaZe so far. 2 players playing towards the bomb site. Now the shots start to ring in. Kenny S can't seem to find a bead, and it's NiKo with the AWP frag.
Kenny was looking everywhere for a kill, but just nothing presenting itself. Player in heaven forces him out, and Nico gets the frag. It's not done, or maybe he is. MAhvMh finds to show off with the Krieg. Keeps G2 in this round. That could have been the kill to shut it down. Rain trying to do exactly that. He's had quite the resurgence in the last couple of rounds, and he will keep himself alive. For now, nice shot to Hunter. Oh, there's a trade though. Nexa's made this one interesting. G2 inside of the site and trying to stick the bomb.
Oh, Brokey trying to get a shot under the train, but doesn't come through. MAhvMh just about able to regain control over the Krieg as he tries to buck him off. MAhvMh continuing this. Bit of a wild stallion in the back line, and he'll run rampant. Olaf taken out of the equation. Brokey has to deliver another clutch over here towards the A-bomb site. Does mop up the first, not quite. And G2, they will take this series over FaZe Clan 2-1 as they managed to long it out here on Train and picked up Nuke earlier on in the day. They managed to get the job done pretty cleanly here in this second half. We'll be back to break down this matchup as well as get ready for Liquid versus Furia after the quick break.
Hi, we're experienced travelers passing through.